that coffee's been tasting pretty good. Anybody here drink Pete's coffee? Pete's medium roast. I think it's called Big Bang. The one I have. He got all these different ones, but I got the Big Bang one. You can grind up your beans yourself, or you can buy it already grinded up. Oh, we are continuing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I may need to add some levels. All right. We got to that level. We'll go there. Okay, this is extremely far. What the heck? 27,300. That is 400 points below. Okay, that's kind of far. I don't think that one is needed. Sorry, chat. Just we went past my bottom level, so I've just added in some more, but they're not sticking. They're not sticking. Some in between spots. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Let's adjust. Whoa, what did I just do? Oh, the magneton. Okay. Everybody stay calm. Everybody stay calm. Why is this green? That's the real question. All right. I added some levels to the downside here. Go to the 4 hour. Not too bad. Just a few checkpoints. All right, we're back in business. You get that one sometimes? Oh, you do. Waking up and getting up is a distinction I make often. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely up by 6:15. By 6:15, I done already got up and walked around. There's no day that I'm really like staying in. For me, that's, you know, it's funny. For me, 6:15 is sleeping in. For other people, that's early, but that's me sleeping in. 6:15. I usually get up like 5:30. 5:30, 5:45, I'm up. Like up and walking around. But 6:15, oh man, definitely sleeping in. That's how disciplined I am, chat. Must get up early every day. Yes, it's the same on the weekend. I'm up early. Me too. Kids are back to school. Ah, yeah. Yeah. My doggos got to go out in the morning, so they get up early with me. So I'm up, they're up. But they actually wake up before me. They usually wake up like 5:15, 5:20. And then try to take them out closer to 6, but sometimes I take them out at 5:30. Hey, we're early risers over here. We run a strict program. I like to get organic when I can. Ah, pizza's an organic offering. Okay. Yeah, when I was choosing my coffee, as you guys know, I experimented with that protein powder one. I try to get as much protein in as I can, so if I can get protein coffee, I'm gonna try it. But it just, I don't know. It just wasn't right. Something about that powder just wasn't right. And it was expensive as hell. It was like $35 for a tiny bag. Yeah, the bag was so, I wish I could show you how small the bag was. $30 for a bag. That's gonna give me what? 2 cups? 3 cups out of it? Like what? $30 for 3 cups of coffee? You gotta be kidding me. When I can just pay what, 15, 20 bucks for Pete's? Somewhere, I forget how much pizza is. It's like between 15 and 20, the bag I get. And out of that, I'll get what? A couple weeks worth of coffee? Crazy. Still encouraging everybody to try Coffee Luwak. Coffee Luwak. Oh, let me look that up. You know what I want to try? I want to try that mud water. I just seen it in the store. Now that it's in the store, I want to try it. I knew about it before it hit the shelves because it's what's her name? Kat Graham was advertising it. I think her husband created it. But I know that they're into a lot of organic stuff and a lot of spiritual stuff, so I wanted to try it. But now I see that it's on the shelf in the store. Anybody here ever tried mud water? Let me know. Have you tried mud water? If you have, let me know if it's good. Knowing my taste buds, I know it's going to be a hit or a miss. Wait, so I looked up Kopi Luwak. And the first thing I see is $1,400. It's $1,400, but it's somebody reselling it. I was like, wait a minute, $1,400 coffee. Yeah, it said, yeah, okay, it did say Indonesia. But someone put like a dollar, like American dollar sign, 1,400. I was like, wait a minute, how's that 1,400? Mushroom. Oh, that's what I think mud water is. I think mud water is mushroom coffee. I haven't tried any mushroom coffee. The most expensive kind of coffee you can get. Oh, you can find? Wow. I gotta get like that. What's that guy's name in the NBA? He opened this coffee shop in Florida. And his idea behind it was if he ever went broke from his NBA money, then he owns a coffee shop. But also he wanted to build a luxury coffee shop where people pay a lot of money for coffee. So for a small cup of coffee, and I mean like the small size, it's 20 bucks. And people pay for it because it's about the experience. It's about, oh, why does this coffee cup that's so tiny cost $20? It brings people in. It's crazy. Not gonna lie, chat, $20 for a small is ridiculous. I mean, let's keep it where it's at now. Where's it at now? I feel like I pay between $6 and $8 now if I go to like a place. Oh, Jimmy Butler, thank you. Jimmy Butler, yes. Let me see what the name of his business is. It's his coffee place in Florida. Wow, as soon as you type his name, Jimmy Butler Coffee. Big Face, there we go. It's called Big Face. The reason why I couldn't remember is because The name doesn't remind me of coffee. There he goes with his, and then he's got like branding on it, big face. Can't make this up, chat. Has anybody been there? Let me know in the chat if you paid all that money to try this coffee. The luxury coffee spot, and he's got like streetwear clothing merch for it too. But he's smart because, like I said, it's an experience, right? You go there for the experience, which draws a lot of people in, you know. These are cool cups. Let's see here. We got about 10 minutes till the 30-minute candle closes. Just wait for it to close. Pretty big one today. Let's see how this opening range is going so far. 335 points. Whoa. All right, we may have another big one today. A lot of volume in this opening candle. Once again, we have an opening candle double the size of a typical opening candle. So lots of volume. 336, y'all. That's pretty big. Usually Nasdaq's opening candles 120 to 150. And you can see how we've easily doubled that volume. It's insane. So those are things you want to pay attention to, right? You want to pay attention to the opening range. What's the opening volume looking like this morning, right? There's a lot of volume. It's double the normal. That tells you a lot about the market conditions, right? Let's see here. By the way, since we got 9 minutes, let's go ahead and do our daily affirmation. We got a couple minutes here. Time is moving though. Like chat, we're about to hit the 30-minute mark. Time is moving. Did you feel like you were here for 30 minutes? Isn't that crazy? 111 in the chat. Let's get those angel numbers going. 111 in the chat. Let's see. Today is July 28, 2026. Daily affirmation reads as follows. Something you thought you lost is being replaced with something better. Not louder, not rushed, not forced, but aligned in a way your soul will recognize. Trust what left, trust what stayed, trust what is still making its way towards you. Wow, beautiful message, y'all. Beautiful, beautiful message. Hope someone out there feels that message this morning. That's a beautiful message. Let's see here. We also got a little bit of news. Let me pull this up. You know we're gonna be on Twitter today. We're gonna be on the Twitter topics. We got CB consumer confidence right when this candle closes. CB consumer confidence. So that's gonna be a news candle. So again, just be nice and patient. I may wait till 10:15. May or may not. We'll see how it goes. Or in my case, 7:15. But yeah, we got news at 7. Okay. Also, I can pull this up here. Oh wait, can you guys hear the music? Hi 7, good morning. Can you guys hear the music? Is the music good? Or has it been too low this whole time? Is it background music? I just realized you guys may not be able to hear it. Please let me know. No music. So this whole time, y'all didn't hear anything. Okay, let's turn it up. How about now? Is that a little better? Okay, yeah, I figured it was a little low. Okay, let's see. Where are we gonna go with first? The first thing we'll talk about, Tradingviews got something coming. The CEO said we're not first, just the best. Meaning they're not the first one to come out with this idea, but it'll be the best one. So, just showing you it one more time. So it looks like there's packs and there's levels. Where was that little peek of the video? Discount, paper common, bull uncommon, liquidity rare, wheel legendary. Okay, so you got these diamond. So there's these diamond points, and I guess you can use your diamond points, and you can click on one of the prize and claim them. One of the prizes and claim them, and based on them, you'll get rewarded something. Sounds cool. Yeah, that's something new. What do you guys think about that? Music's been playing the whole time. Volume is fine. Oh, thank you, Seven. Let's see what else we got here. We got 3 minutes, y'all. 3 minutes. Also, single stock futures is going to be coming out soon. I'm assuming all of these new prop firms, not new, sorry, but all of the prop firms are going to be implementing this since it's been released. So single stock futures, here's some examples for those who don't know. Nvidia, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta. Right, some of the popular ones that you know of. This is going to be interesting. And I will say, if you're not consistently pulling out payouts, I personally would not advise you to just go start trading Nvidia futures, Apple futures. You know what I mean? Like, stick to what you're doing. If you want to experiment it and try it out on the side, that's different. But if you're going to use these to try to pass, I wouldn't recommend that, right? Get what I'm saying, chat? How y'all feel about that? Single stock futures. How we feeling about that? A lot of changes coming to these firms. Because the thing is when one does something and then they have the popularity, the rest have to follow, right? Or their sales drop. I mean, running a prop firm is no joke. Lots of changes, lots of updates need to be made just to stay on top of the competition. It's because there's so much competition, fortunately. You know? But yeah, pretty much what we got here. 1 minute till this candle closes on the 30. We've been waiting for here. And then we got news. So news coming up in less than 60 seconds. Let's see. So I'm just gonna be nice and chill with this today, y'all. I tried to do shout out to those who came to the Twitch stream yesterday. I only did like an hour because I got burnt out. I got really tired. I really got tired. Like I was falling asleep up there. But I think it's because I was doing back-to-back stream. We just did 4 hours, with no break. So what I'll do is I'll take a break in between the streams just to recharge per se. I'm thinking about starting the Twitch streams a little bit later in the afternoon. So it would be more like I think that'll give me a little time to recharge, rather than do a 3-4 hour stream and then go into another 3-4 hour stream. That's a lot back to back without eating, But here we go. This is our news candle, CB Consumer. Got buyers stepping into the market here. We already flew up 60 points that quickly. Holy. Makes sense. Thanks, Puma. Good morning, Cozy. What's up? We having a great morning. All right. Buyers are stepping in. 86 points already. What the heck? I'm gonna put this on the 1 minute while we're watching here, just so you guys can see this nonsense. Right, we come down into this area, 100 points below this level. We pop back up 140 points. From this point, we trend down 155 points. And as we speak, we bounce up 85 points. Somebody just rinsed their account in that. Like, what in the world? Just to put in perspective, like, I know we're seeing it on the 5 minute, it may look okay, but you're looking at this on the 1 minute, you're like, what in the world? I do notice that we took out this low. All right, this low. You notice that. I'm still just watching here. I mean, we have two levels here, and then we have a zone up here that we're very close to. So this is where I'm going to be nice and patient, wait for price to either hit this zone or retrace off of these levels and see how it sets up, right? Because we're very much in between. Right, we're very much in between. So this is where I'm gonna be nice and patient. Don't know enough about it to have an opinion, but I think I need to stick to what I know, get a payout. Yeah, there you go, Rico. That's how I would treat the that's how I would treat it. The single stock futures. Like, it's gonna be tough for the newbies because the newbies, people new trading, or people who, I'll just say intermediate, because a lot of people think they're intermediate when they're not even intermediate yet. But a lot of them, they're all over the place, right? They're trying to figure out what pair to trade. They're trying to figure out what session to trade, what fits them best. Some of them are trading all the sessions. Some of them are skipping around pairs. Some of them are trading Bitcoin as well. Some of them are trading stocks and options. They're doing all these things, and they're all over the place, right? But no money's being made. And the thing is when you learn something new, whether it's trading or anything else, if it's a skill you want to develop to make you an income, you have to master one thing at a time. right? If you're going to be day trading, then stick to day trading and stick to one thing and get it done. You know, and then when you get that done, you'll have some time to work on the next thing. You know, but the reality is people who are making money are not just trading Bitcoin, futures, options, and all these things. If anything, if they're day trading, okay, they're day trading, but the rest, they're usually just holding a bigger position. They're just swing trading it. They're not day trading all these different things, right? So just keep that in mind. You know, as an investor, a lot of things are for the long-term hold. Day trading's different, but just try to keep that in mind. Don't try to force results, you know. I'm super beginner, still learning the basics in language. I've done a little paper trading. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's really just learning the fundamentals, just like anything else. So you learn the fundamentals and ignore the noise, right? Ignore the noise. The noise is online. A lot of people have an opinion about how to trade, what to trade. None of them make money from it. Don't listen to people who don't make money from trading. That's simple. You want to listen to people who are doing what they say they're doing. The only way to know if they're doing what they say they're doing isn't if they have a flashy car. It isn't if they flash money to you. The only way to truly know somebody can do something is to see them do it live. It really amazes me how nobody in this chat or on this planet is going to believe someone who claims they play in the NBA, and every time you turn on the TV, you check out their games, they ain't never there. They ain't never there live. You never seen them play live, but you believe they play in the NBA because they have a Lamborghini. You believe it, even though you never seen them, ever. You never seen them play for a team. You never even seen them in a pickup game. You never seen it happen. But because they have a Lamborghini, you believe that they're in the NBA. You wouldn't believe that. But when it comes to trading, you do. Why? Weird. That's odd. It's like someone saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be in the World Cup. Didn't see them in the World Cup at all. Oh, but you believe they're in the World Cup because they're hanging around other people in the World Cup? Like, be real. You know? When you sign up your dog for dog training, you go see the dog trainer, what does that trainer usually have? Videos of their work, videos of results, real results. Or they have their dog, real results, live in front of you at the class. Again, real results, right? When you want to learn something, you go to people who show you real results. It should be the same thing for day trading, right? It should be the same exact thing, ladies and gentlemen. But I want you to just keep that in mind. But we got a top wick forming here. Let me see. Jeez. Some pretty steep wick. It's 80 points. Fire candles 126 points. Oh my goodness. Technically still the news candle. It closes in 6 minutes, but like I said, if we continue down, we still have room to the downside. If we continue. Wow. Five-minute candle closes in 30 seconds, y'all. Seconds. Did you drink water this morning, chat? Did we drink our water? 25 seconds. I'm gonna drink my water. Give me a yes or no in the chat. If you didn't, this should probably your time to get that water bottle going. 10 seconds. All right. That was the closure. Here's the thing. Let's talk about this. I like the idea of coming into here, possibly rejecting this and continuing down. But I don't like the way it's set up, right? I would have wanted this retest to be higher. I would have wanted this candle to maybe close below some of these lows. None of that happened, and that doesn't make me want to impulse a sell here, right? So if I did impulse a sell, yeah, I'd probably want a candle to close below, to be honest. To be honest. Or like I said, just retrace a little bit higher. We retraced that 793. Gonna sound petty, but wanted to see it retrace at like 800 if we're gonna retrace. So yeah, if only that retracement was a little higher. Had water with coffee grounds? Yes, yes. Tricky markets. But, you know, you want to be picky as a trader, because if you're not picky, you're going to fall for everything, right? You got to be picky. And I'm going to choose to be picky here. And these candles are like 100 points. So definitely one micro. Especially with the uncertainty in these markets. We'll see how this closes here. On chat, let me just go get my dog because he's making some noise. Be right back. All right, chat. I'm back. Miss anything? Alrighty, looks like we finally closed below. Like I said, if we did that, give it a go. See if we can get a repeat of yesterday. So TP1 will be about 60 points. Glide, we're gonna do 50 and then probably 100. 61. Bring this up to 61. $50 points. And then we'll do 100. We'll do TP2. And then, well, I guess TP12, 155. That's a lot of points. That is a lot of points. 155. May not need that though. You just go for 100. Let me just do that. Good morning, NPC. Yeah, may just go for that. All right. All right, let's see. We are hanging around the 620s. Let's see if we can get below 600 again. Flush through 600 down to 580, 570 would be nice. My dog eating something. Oh, did I delete this? What the heck? Let's just work this. All right, market's pushing back up here. Back up to 680. Don't mind it in the 680s. I like to keep it below 700. As long as it stays below 700, I don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. See if we can stay below 700. We're at 650. Keep it below 700. We should be able to maintain and get a flush going here. Below 700. All right, 630. That's a little better. 630 is much better. Hi, Wizzy. Good morning to you. Decimus, good morning to you. How's your morning going? All right, 620. Even better. Like I said, keep this below 700 and we should be good to go. Below 700. Don't want this going anywhere near 700. $630. See if we can get back in those 20s. Just kind of dancing around here. Wow, we came all the way back down to 624. Pushed right back up to 670, y'all. It's 50 points in like 3 seconds. 50 points. Isn't that crazy? Just a little bit. Jeez. Now we're at 700. 705. Jeez. Up 100 points from the bottom there. Finding some rejection in the 700s. Slight rejection, not strong rejection, just slight rejection. Don't know if it's strong until we come back down to 620. We went all the way up to 718. Now we're down below 700, back down to 660. Whoa, within seconds. 660. 720 down to 660. Holy. Now we're hanging around 680. Goodness gracious. All right, hanging around the 670s. Like I said, we're looking for us to hold 700. We keep finding some type of resistance near 700. We can hold that. It'll be a nice retest. But buyers are coming in hot. They're coming in hot. Sellers are looking a bit weak. Still hanging around 680. All right, back up to 700. Back down to 680. Bipolar, bipolar, bipolar. Bipolar. 690 now. Alrighty. Probably ranging on the 1 minute because we're just kind of sitting in the same price here. Just feeling around the 80s and 90s for the last couple minutes. Last 3 or 4 minutes here. Same price point. Up and down between 10 points. All right. Still in the 80s and then the 90s. And we see 60. 60s. We asking for too much. Back in the 700s here. Price is having a time around this area. Check it out. Ah, we were ranging. Okay. What a range that was. Yeah, we were kind of up and down in the same area. Kind of looks like a 3-bar reversal on the 5 minute now. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this out here. Got a 3-bar reversal going. Looking for a continuation here. I want this delete. Got a 3-bar reversal on the 5 minute. see NASDAQ going to maybe 770s. 770s here. Let's see if it holds. We're just pretty much ranging here. If this 3-bar reversal holds, I see it going to 770. We're still sitting in this area. Just kind of a little bit of sideways chop going on here. 10 minutes of sideways chop. We'll see if this holds. Like I said, it does look like a 3-bar here, but we're still just sitting here though, which is odd. What happened to the buyers? Alrighty. I think around 708, 710. Back down to 690. Yeah, we're literally in this same range here. Same range. Not liking this. Don't like this movement this morning. Oh, now the buyers are coming. Alrighty, 720 now. Digging 770s, like I said. Get in there, 745. Yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep today, chat. Yesterday y'all were chatty, today y'all are quiet. I'm gonna fall asleep up here. May have to head out. Copy market. Not liking it. Taking forever to hit 770 here. Don't see any breaking prop firm news. The only thing that I see. Oh, where'd it go? I just lost it. Where'd it go? Yeah, the only thing I seen was Top Step posted their Octagon competition leaderboard here. Let's see. Wait a minute. What was that name that jumped up? Oh, Kiara, 39,000. But then she jumped way back down. Hold on. So you went up 40,000. Now you're up 20,000. You lost 20 grand. My goodness. And got back up there to what? Wait a minute. So she was up 40 grand. Then she went down to 24 grand. Then she got back up to first place, up 118,000. And then what happened? I just noticed her name, like jump. That's why it stuck out. So you went from being up 118 grand to being up 12,000. Oh, what do we have to say about that, chat? This is why I said with the Octagon thing, it's like, it's cool and all, but to give an extra money like that to traders who are gambling their leverage kind of sucks for the smaller traders who are there, who have been trading consistently. You know, the small fries, because they have a lot of small fries at Top Step who's having a live account for over a year, over 2 years, who you don't see them glit and gloat, because maybe they're making 5-10K a month, maybe a little more than that, but you don't see them making 30, 40, 100 grand a month. So they're, you know, they're not really highlighted. But geez, that girl she jumped up to 40K down to 24K. Then jumped from 24K up to 74,000, so up 50 grand. Then she jumped from 74,000 to 118,000, right? Up another almost 50 grand, about 45,000. And then she went from 118,000 to $12,000. Yeah, what would you do if you were up 118,000 and you ended the month plus 12,000? Let me know in the chat what's your thoughts on that one. How would you feel? To me, that would feel like a punch to the gut. To me, that would feel like, why couldn't I just size down and finish out the month strong? Or just leave it alone. But, yes. You know what happened there? Well, obviously she's trading big sizes, but you probably lost big. And you know how it is. You're on that big streak. You're like, oh, well, I was just up 100 and blah, blah, blah. So then you go big again. And unfortunately, you may lose, you know. Then you go big again because you're like, oh, it's just 2. You know, I've been on a big win streak. That's probably what happened, unfortunately. Jeez. Hey, Mayo. Good morning. Intense. Andrea, good morning. Hi, new to your channel. You share your strategy and setups. Yeah, I share them as I go. So just got to watch. Lock it in some of that. If I'm up too much. I would cry. No, literally, because like 118 to 12 is a crazy drop. Like, you lost $106,000 in a couple days. Like, what are we doing? I mean, like if you're up 118, you can even say, okay, let me just play with 5,000 or 6,000. If I lose 5 or 6,000, I cut it. You know what I mean? Like, you could, like, come on. Literally a couple days away from the end of the month too, from winning. Jeez. So crazy. Yeah, if you guys are new to the channel, I got a bunch of shorts. I got a bunch of videos. You guys can check that out. There's a whole lot of there's strategy videos, there's trade breakdowns. There's a free course on my channel. A lot of stuff. For risk management. Like the stream, thank you, NPC. I don't know. She gotta be like somewhere in the corner biting her toenails or something. I don't know. Biting toenails is wild, but I'm just saying, like, she gotta be in the corner somewhere, just like this, like, how do you 106,000 in a couple days gone? You had it locked in too. You had it locked in. Man, it's just crazy, guys. It's crazy, but that just shows how much your mind can go in trading. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter how much money you're up. If you go on tilt, you can lose it all. You may think to yourself, oh, if I make X amount of money, I won't go on tilt. But you will, because emotions are going to be higher. So you really want to start now and gain control over these emotions. Practice, we have a saying in basketball, what you do in practice, you do in the game. So if you're going on tilt during your challenges and evaluations, you're going to go on tilt in the live account when you're up. Crazy. Was I ever affected by tilt? Absolutely. But see, when I learned how to trade years ago, it was a little different. We didn't have prop firms. I mean, technically, there were proprietary firms around. That wasn't something I knew of. I had to trade my own personal live account, so it was a little different, right? I had to go straight into managing your emotions with trading your own money. But it's just like anything else. You start small, You start small. You start by risking, like, at the time I was trading Forex. So with Forex, you can trade with like pennies and 5 cents and 10 cents. So when I say I was risking $20 on a trade, I can do that with like 1 cent, 2 cents, So basically, hold on, that's a life sentence. Look, if you guys come here being ignorant, you're gonna get a life sentence. I'm just telling you right now. Straight up life sentence. There's no need for that. You know, if you're unhappy with your life and you're miserable and you know, you wake up every day questioning, why am I here? I don't want to be here. I don't like myself. Bank account low, self-esteem is low, vibe is low, everything is low around you, right? You don't got to project that on me or to other people. You just don't. Keep your lowness to yourself. Keep the bank account low, keep the self-esteem low, keep all that to yourself. I get it, everything's low. Okay, but it's not my problem. So stay low, stay over there. All right. Like I was saying, you know, I had to learn the hard way. I mean, everybody got to learn the hard way. You got to learn the hard way, right? You got to keep losing your money. And at the end of the day, I couldn't refill what I had unless I had more money to put into the live account, right? But it's similar. It's similar to prop trading because when you're trading a personal account, you build a buffer in your mind. You know, when you're trading a personal account, you don't just always withdraw. You know, let's say you got a $10,000 live account, right? Your own personal money, and you made $2,000. Well, now you got 12,000. So it's up to you if you want to withdraw some of that, right? You made 2,000. A professional trader, it's not going to take out the full 2,000. They're going to take out a profit split of that, right? They'll say, okay, let me take out 70% or 50%. Let me just take out 1,000, leave the other 1,000 there because they're trying to build a cushion, right? If you always withdrew 100% of your profits from your live account, your account would never grow, right? You'd always be at 10,000, right? Think about it. You'd always be at 10, you know? So to be honest, it's similar, you know, prop firm trading, live account trading. As far as like starting as a beginner, it's pretty similar, you know. But I will say, I mean, prop firm trading, the cost is a lot lower to get in, right? You guys can buy an account for $100 and make way more money than if you were to put $100 in your own personal account. Most people, if they put $100 in a personal account, probably can't trade anyway because of leverage requirements. So you probably need a couple $100. But the point is the barrier to entry now is a lot easier, you know? Can't understand how some people just live in hate. Shake my head, just sad. Price hit 27,841. Lower, we can see dropping from here. Yeah, well, Misery loves company, chat, like you guys. Oh, there. Oh, that's a player. The player just said it. Misery loves company. Went from losing all my funds to quitting to getting funded again to being one day away from payout, being $60 away from blowing my funded. Oh no. Went in 10 cons on mistake. I'm so sorry, Fearless. Oh my goodness. I know you're probably feeling it. You're feeling that gut punch to the stomach, right? It's okay. Things happen. Sometimes we gotta just fully reset. I know it's really unfortunate. It's not ideal. I know it feels like a punch to the gut. I know. Makes you feel a little nauseous when you think about it. You're like, damn, I was right there, right? But I want you to take a positive out of that. The positive out of that is you prove to yourself that you can pass. You prove to yourself that you can get to the payout, right? You proved it to yourself. Progress is still something, you know. Even though we have setbacks, it's still gotta look back and say, damn, I made some progress. Because guess what? There are people who will take a challenge every month, every week, and they will never pass, ever. For the life of them, most will never ever pass a challenge in their life, like ever. They could trade for 30 years doing challenges, they will never pass. So the fact that you're able to pass is a big deal, you know. It may seem easy, but with the future prop firms, they're giving us a little bit of drawdown room. We don't have much drawdown room, you know. It's me, Lens. Wait, what's you? What's you? But you know, I'm just going based off of statistics. Based on statistics, you know, it's not easy, guys. You got to remember the drawdown. If the drawdown was 10%, the passing rate would be higher. Are there still going to be people who go on tilt? Yes, it happens. You're a human. You're going to go on tilt. You're a human. But I do feel like also static versus trailing drawdown gets people a lot too, right? When the drawdown is static, I feel like it's a little bit easier to pass, you know? So there's that too. For those who don't know what static, when I say static, I mean, let's pretend you're trading a 50K and let's pretend, I don't know, you go up to 51,200. You made $1,200. But the thing is your drawdown, when you first started, your drawdown was 48K. But now your drawdown is going to be 2,000 less from what you just made. So now your drawdown is going to be 50,200. Right? I do that right, chat? I just want to... Oh my God. It did minus 200. I'm sorry, 49. Why did I put 50? 49,200. Sorry. 49,200. Just because you're up $1,200, now your overall DLL is 49,200. It's no longer 48. Right? So I feel like that gets a lot of people, because I feel like a lot of people, from what I've seen, they start going up and then maybe they may go on a losing streak or, you know, whatever. It happens. It happens. But the other thing that eats away at you is your fees, guys. Your fees. I'm telling y'all, when you go on tilt, if you actually look at your P&L, you may be down 400, but your actual P&L, you'll be down 600 because of the fees. Them fees add up so quick. And is it just me, or are the fees a little bit higher than what they were last year? Because I'm noticing the fees feel higher than last year. Let me know in the chat if you've noticed that. Like I'm telling you, like you could be down 400, but depending on what sizes you lost, you may be down an extra 150 to 200. Really down 500-600. They do feel higher. Something happened, yeah. Something, because I'm noticing these fees add up a lot quicker than what they used to. So there's that too, right? So by the time, let's say you can only lose $2,000, right? So by the time you're down 1,000, let's just say you lose half of your drawdown, you really lost more than half of your drawdown, because in fees, by that time in fees, you may be down minus $300 to $400. So really, by the time you're down 1,000, you're really down like 1,300 or 1,400, and you don't have that much left. You know what I mean, guys? So that hurts at you too, you know, and you didn't lose that 300 or 400, but that's the fees, right? So that doesn't help. But with static, let's say you had a 50K, now you're up 51,200, you're up $1,200. With static, I believe your drawdown would stay at 48,000, no matter how high you go. I believe so, right? So that gives you that gives you a cushion, and that's more realistic towards a live personal account, right? And your live personal account, if you're up, right? So to me, that's the harder part of prop firms, the DLLs, you know, the trailing drawdowns. You're only allowed a very, very tight trail. The fees are high on commissions. So it's kind of like all odds against you, right? It's literally it's like all odds against you. You got to prosper, right? You know what I mean, chap? What happened to our music? Bigger size, bigger fees. Yep. I couldn't pass the challenge to save my life last year. This year has been much better. I would stay in the eval for like 2 to 3 months. Hey, that's good. That's progress too, right? If you're someone where, let's say you get a challenge and every week you blow it, but then now maybe it's taking you 2 to 3 weeks, maybe you still fail, but you're holding the account longer, right? You're holding that account longer. So that's progress, you know? That indeed is progress. I think it's just pressure from not having any other income. I've passed evals, got payouts. Oh, yeah. And Fearless, I'm glad you said that because you have to, and this is what I always warn everybody about, because a lot of people go, oh, I'm going to quit my job and do trading, or oh, when I make X amount, I'm going to quit my job. And it's like, do you like your job? Because I mean, if you like your job, which is rare, not everybody does, but if you do, if you don't mind it, keep doing it, you know? Because the pressure you're going to have to pay your bills in trade, it's a whole nother pressure you've never experienced. You think doing a prop firm challenge is pressure? Trying to get a payout then is pressure? I'll tell you right now, it's got nothing on you having bills to pay. You got mouths to feed, and it's all on your trading performance. Try that. That's a whole different thing, right? And this is why you want to establish different incomes. You want to save your money. You don't just want to quit after one payout. You want to stack up some money. You know, there's strategy to it. You know, there's strategy. But consistency will prosper, right? Being consistent. Hi, please suggest me a pro firm with no consistency rule to trade US 30 index. To trade YM, I'm pretty sure all the firms have YM. I don't see why they wouldn't. But it sounds like something you can just Google, to be honest. I mean, really? Like, do we forget that Google is a thing? I have to ask chat, because it's like, do we forget that? Like, it does exist, you know. It's a thing. It is a thing. It's got an AI suggestion too at this point. You got ChatGPT too. You literally have all types of resources for free that you can use to help you make a decision. I mean, my goodness, it couldn't be more easier. It just couldn't. I've been watching the markets, guys. We're just kind of sitting here, just waiting. Got laid off in 2024 in this terrible economy. Finally find a job, so now I can build up 1 to 2 worth before. Yeah, nice. Yeah, the pressure. Yeah, the pressure is real. Yeah. Yeah, the pressure is definitely real. It sucks. I know people who've been unemployed for almost 2 years. trying to look for a job. I know people with a master's degree who can't find a job. I know people who have senior experience in what they're doing and can't find a job. Um, it sucks, but these companies are, see how it's a domino effect on the economy, right? A lot of these companies are trying to save money. So if you're a new college graduate, or if you're new and you just don't have that experience for that job, they don't want to take a chance on you because they don't want to waste money. They rather hire someone who already has experience. So it's tough for new people coming into the field. Then you have the, oh, well, you have too much experience. You're too valuable. We can't afford to pay you what you would want to be paid. You got that issue going on. Then you got the other issue where these younger professionals nowadays, the jobs that they're getting as managers or head of departments, they're stressed out because of the amount of work getting put on them, because it's the work of 2 people or the work of 3 people. But these jobs are giving you these head titles. They may give you 100K, 120K salary. But then it's like, I have a friend who has a great salary, great job, but the job is just stressing her out. Like, she's got to work on, she makes over 6 figures at the job. And but the amount of work and pressure, it's like your head is spinning. And even on the weekend, she's got to get her laptop going. Now she's on salary, so it's not like you're getting overtime. She's got to get her laptop going and still do things. And it's like, when she went to them and asked them, they were like, oh, well, the thing is with your salary, either we could hire 2 lower people with a lower salary of maybe like 60,000 each, or we can just pay you 1 salary. So that kind of sucks, right? It's like, if somebody deserves to be, in a more managerial position or a higher position because of their experience and their knowledge and what they bring to the table, and they deserve that salary, don't tell them, hey, well, I mean, you want to get paid this much, so we know it's the job of 2-3 people, but we can't afford to hire that. Like, what? So now long story short, I'm seeing people get punished for having the knowledge and experience. They work their way up the ladder to have this salary, but because companies don't want to hire as many people that's needed for the job, you're getting punished with being stressed out. That's not cool. Then you can't function, right? There's all types of stuff going on, guys. There's all types of stuff going on. Not good to be stressed out, especially from work, because, well, we all need money, right? You need money to live. You need money to eat, right? You need money to eat. You need money to live. You need money to do things. You need money for gas, right? You need money. The worst thing you can do is be stressed out over it, right? But yeah, it's interesting. If you guys look at statistics, they recently reported that in today's world, it's the highest amount of people who are ages 25 to 37 live at home with their parents. The highest amount in the history of time. And that doesn't mean that they're all unemployed, because I know some who have some great jobs but still can't afford to live on their own, or if they do live on their own, they would be paycheck to paycheck, but they have a great job. And it's kind of like, what is going on, right? Really unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But like we talked about yesterday, in finance, they're showing that if you make $100,000 a year, that's the new 40K a year. Isn't that crazy? That's so crazy. Years ago, you had a 40, 50K salary. You're okay. Nowadays, that's struggling, right? that's just struggling. I'm speaking for America, for those who live in a different country. Isn't that so crazy though, chat? Like if you had like a 50, 60K job, 70K job back in the day, you're rocking and you're rolling. Nowadays, there's people who are roommating, and there's three of them who got maybe 70K job, 80K, 90K, and they all got a roommate. Crazy. So crazy. A lot of things need to be changed in the economy. It's a train wreck. It's just going down south, you know? Not good. Not good. If you go to school and you graduate with a degree, not guaranteed anything nowadays. Oh. But I mean, the other side is you don't have to go to school either, right? Depending on what you're doing. Not everybody has to go to school. I always say college isn't for everybody. It's not for everybody, and that's okay. It's okay. You don't have to go to college to be successful. It's a very common misconception. You don't have to. It's your personal choice what kind of career you want to take on. If you are going to do like a entrepreneurial career, just know it is going to be a journey. It is a journey. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of sacrifices. Exactly why I don't want to be in these jobs, but I need to work smart. In Toronto, some people are sharing rooms. They put double beds in one room, rent out 700-800 per person. I attend YouTube University. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like I know, like I said, I have friends who have pretty good salaries. Like they still got a roommate with people. Unfortunately, it just sucks. It sucks. Just the cost of everything is just way higher than ever. You know, if there was a what's it called? Sweden. I think it's Sweden. If it's not Sweden, I can't think of the country. It starts with a S. I think it's Sweden. But the way that the economy is set up, as far as they're very systematic when it comes to jobs and salaries, because their goal is for people to be happy and thriving, because that keeps the economy going. Their goal is for you to be able to afford to do things. So over there, it's very, very systematic. That's why people are really happy over there. It's set up in a way where you're supposed to make more than enough to pay for things. Now, if you spend your money, carelessly, that's on you. But it's set up in a way where you're making more than enough to be able to afford the things you need and not be paycheck to paycheck, right? It's set up in a very systematic way. In America, it's not so much set up that way. It used to be in a sense, but nowadays you got to go get it, right? You want it, you got to go get it, or understand what's going on and just make it happen for yourself. Because you're kind of put in a game where they made it almost nearly impossible, right? But don't get me wrong, chat. I mean, anybody can open up any business. You want to open up a business? Open up a business. Give it a go. Business is one of the best ways, but you got to build a sustainable business. It's got to be sustainable, because You know, a lot of business owners having trouble right now. A lot of really sad. Like a lot of these like restaurants who've been around for 20, 30 years in business, 40 years in business, like, you know, those cafes, you know, those really like down to earth places, a lot of them are closing because people can't afford to just go out and go to that restaurant anymore every weekend or once a week or once a month. They got a really penny pinch now. You know, so like I said, the economy, it affects everybody. Whether you own a business, you don't own a business, everybody's being affected. If people can't go out and buy stuff, then businesses can't thrive. It's a domino effect. If people aren't buying stuff, if businesses aren't thriving, businesses are losing money. What businesses have to do? They got to start cutting jobs. They got to start firing people to save money, right? Can't afford these salaries. Tough, tough, tough. The whole domino effect. Everybody's affected by a bad economy in some way, shape, or another. You know. Different room, one thing, but sharing a room with a random person is crazy. Yeah, they do that here too. They do that in the US. I know it's crazy. I forget what it's called. There's a word for it. I've heard somebody use it recently. But yeah, I'll see like people. Sometimes people are posting, they're like, hey, like they'll be like, hey, my lease is up in like a couple months. Like need a roommate, desperately need a roommate. It's really sad. It's sad because you need a roommate. You got to hurry up and find one. But then also when it comes to finding one, you don't know if you could trust people because they're strangers. So it's tough. Indeed. Tough. I am looking at these market chat and just not liking it. 1 out of 5 businesses don't make it in the first year. Oh yeah. Well, 90% of businesses don't make it. That's why I want to choose a business that's a higher success rate. Like trading is like almost nobody makes it. But that's because trading is more mindset than anything else. And people never work on their mindset or never try to. And then they kind of stay in the same spot. And it's like you have to upgrade your mindset. Right? I always tell you, you can't get rich with the mindset that has you broke. There has to be some type of changes in your routine, you know? You gotta have some changes. Anything else besides trading? Yeah, I do a lot of things. I have a business. Most of you guys know I have a business. You guys been watching me for years. I also do coding and software development. A lot of you guys know that. But yeah, I do things outside of trading. And you gotta do things outside of trading. Especially if you're having a tough time with the market conditions, because I've been telling y'all for years, market conditions change. I've been telling y'all that. They always change. And don't get me wrong, chat. I know we've been trading well the last couple of months. We have been trading really. We've been navigating these markets really well. But just because I've been navigating it well, don't mean that I like it. It's been a little difficult. I know we're doing well, but I'm really not a fan of the market conditions. You know? It's a little too bipolar for me. I bike ride and play chess. Wait, like, are you like a professional? Like, what would be the term? Hold on, let me look it up because I don't want to. Like, do you train? What would it be called? A cyclist? Like are you like a professional cyclist? Have you ever coded a TradingView indicator? Yeah, I have some indicators up here. I got the checklist by Official Lens. My other one is hidden, so it's not here because it's just for me privately. But yeah, I've coded some indicators. I think my checklist is public if you guys want to use that. I just made this one like 2 months ago. Is this one public? Yeah, this one should be public. If you guys want to use this, so basically it's a checklist over here. See where my mouse is? You can type out your confluences and it'll rate your entry. So like 100% is an A, 80% is a B, you know, like that. It'll rate your entry. So you guys can type out what your confluences are. You can check off your list or not check it off. It'll help you like, do I want to get into this trade? Do I not? You know, you check off your checklist and it grades the entry before you take the trade. So I made this for you guys. Yeah, just look up checklist by Official Lens. Like I said, the other one that I have, well, it's privated, so you can't see it. Been making something out of nothing. Yeah. Your experience has been shown in these market conditions. Thank you, player. Not a professional, but you do 30 miles. Oh, that's pro. Come on, that's pro. 30 miles. Ain't gonna lie. I'm not doing 30 miles. I'm not doing 30 miles. I'd have to really train to do that. Holy. Oh my goodness, 30 miles? Whoa. That's incredible. Because I know I can't. I gotta really like lock in to do that. I'd pass out. That is amazing. Nice bike ride by the beach helps keep my mentality balanced. Yeah. I love that for you. Honestly, see, you're hitting a couple pillars there. You're getting outside in nature. You're exercising. And you're working, and that's a mental health thing too. You got 3 stones in one, just bike riding. The habits like that is what builds success, right? Just little things like that. I do hike though. I didn't do my hike over the weekend because I wasn't feeling well, but we back at it, chat. We back at it. Actually, what's today? Yeah, I gotta train today. Because tomorrow I got boxing. More training. Today, I'm probably gonna run. Oh wait, no. It's storming today. Although, by the time I get outside, maybe I'll run in the evening. Maybe the ground won't be wet then. You hike too? You love hiking? Yeah. Yep. Gotta hike. I was thinking about doing a hiking stream with you guys. I don't know. I do a hiking stream on the weekend. It won't be an intense one. I'll just do like a casual one. We'll do like a 2-mile one. Nothing too crazy. What distance do I run? Right now I do 2 to 3 miles, but more focused. So with boxing, we've been more focused on doing sprints. Because sprints get your heart rate up. So I'm more so working on my sprints, but I do running because when your heart rate gets up, you gotta push yourself. Those of you who box, you know what I mean. You don't know till you actually get in there and start boxing how quick you run out of stamina. You will run out of even like with certain workouts that we have to do, like you will feel it. You will be pushed. So it's good to do sprints. But yeah, I just do running just to like maintain. You got to really push yourself. I slacked on my running this year. I won't lie to you, I slacked so bad. But I'd like to get up to doing 4 to 5 miles. I think that'll be good. You average 4 to 7. Wow, Marina. I was just gonna ask you how many miles do you do? How many miles do you guys do, chat? Anybody here run? Running's really good for you. It's good for your heart. It's good for your mental health. It's good to get outside. All the above. Good. Discipline. All those things needed to be successful. As I always say, you want to have something you do in your regular life as a habit. Running is a great one. If anybody here runs, you're hitting everything: discipline, mindset, mental health, nature. You're hitting everything when you run. So that's a suggestion if somebody needed a suggestion. What was that? What the hell was that? Did y'all hear that? What was that? Am I tripping? Chat. What was that? That sounded like someone was loading a gun next to my head. Yes, the clicks, right? It was like a gun cocked and loaded. Y'all heard? See? Okay, Bri heard it. It was loud though for me. Somebody just stood right next to me. From Tradingview. My room's haunted. It had to be from Tradingview because I don't know what the hell. Thought it was the house. Nah, this house is clear. Clear. Oh, you know what? It could have been my chair. Low key. You're right. It could have been my chair, low key. But I don't feel like I moved. I think I've been sitting still. Spidey senses are going on. Oh, maybe he did. You know what? We did not check the news. My goodness, every time I check the news, I'm like, what happened now? Something did just happen. No way. All right, we got news. Breaking news. 3 minutes ago. Holy, 3 minutes ago. Let's get the breaking news. No. Go back. Trump to meet with Netanyahu as his threat to resume strikes looms over Iran. Trump will meet with Israeli leader. All right. Pentagon lists 4 killed in Iran war overseas operations casualties. Listen, whatever number that they say of soldiers that died over there, just multiply it up. All right. They're not going to mention everybody, chat. They still trying to act like, oh, it's only 4 people. Oh, only 2 over here. Multiply the number out, guys. What? I just read this and nope, nope, nope. Let's get out of it. Let's get out of it. I just read that. That's why I paused. We're going to move on. I'm not even going to read it out loud. Okay. Mr. Trump expressed optimism Monday about diplomacy, but he also warned if the US and Iran can't make a deal, we go back to doing what we're doing. What? What? Are y'all getting whiplash from this, or is it just me? It's like, oh, we have a peace treaty. Oh, the deal is on. Oh, everything's perfect. Oh, now we're back in war. Oh, well, now the war is paused. Oh, now we're back in war. Oh, now if they can't make a deal, we're gonna be back in war. We're already in war. It's like, can we just pick a side? We pick a side. Like, I don't understand. Is it true USA and Israel is going to combine their armies into a single army? That's what it sounds like. But there's a lot more stuff going on yesterday with Russia getting involved, and I don't know all the details. But what I am going to do today is I'm going to pull up Hassan's stream because I listened to it. I don't know how he does it. He goes live at 11 o'clock every morning. He averages like 30,000 viewers. He does like 8-9 hour streams every day, and he still has more to talk about. I don't know how he talk whole 8 hours straight. I don't know how he does it, but yesterday when I tuned into his stream, he was mentioning about Russia getting involved. So I don't know if you guys heard about that, but that sounds a little scary. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pull up some clips of his stream yesterday, see if I can find when he was talking about that, because there's a lot more going on, y'all. Oh, here, this is talking about it here. Okay, this morning, Trump downplayed Russia's alleged support for Iran. Ukraine struck an Iranian commercial vessel in the Caspian Sea. Yeah, see, this is why I was confused, because on one end, I heard allegedly Russia may support Iran in this war. And then on the other hand, I heard that Ukraine hit something that was Iran's. So I'm like, wait, which way are we going? Like, what? Right? What's happening? So there is something happening. Russia is now involved in some type of form. But I don't have all my facts in a row to fully speak on it. You know what I mean, chat? But let me know in the chat. One's in the chat if you knew that Russia is now involved. Two's in the chat if you just now found out. It's getting crazy. It's like a movie, but we're in it, fortunately. We're in it. The joke is on us. The joke is on us. But one's in the chat if you knew Russia was involved. Two in the chat if you had no idea till right now. But yeah, I was shocked when I was listening to his stream yesterday how Russia is involved now. This is a big turning point in this war. Just found out. Yeah. Not good. Not good, not good, not good. Because we know they don't like us. That's all I'm going to say. This is chess, not checkers. On top of that, I saw in the news, they're talking about how we got to be careful using up all of our missile deflectors out there. And I'm like, this is the problem. We're using the best of the best equipment, right? You got to think about this, chat. We only have so much supplies. And we're cranking out more of them. But if you use up the best of the best soldiers, the best of the best equipment, when is your enemy gonna strike? When do you strike your enemy, chat? When they're weak. You strike your enemy when they're weak. So as this war goes on, we're creating enemies and we're slowly getting weakened. Our economy is already weak, but I'm talking about we're getting weakened, chat. And that's going to be the time for someone to strike. Right? Chess, not checkers. So like I said, this war is just, there's a lot to it that is we don't know how it's going to play out. All we can do is hope for the best. Sounds all bad. Yeah. Basically, this war opened up a whole can of worms that we shouldn't have been opening. Basically. Because it's also a war that can never really end in a sense. Like, the position we're in right now, this war can't end. I'm going to tell you why. Trump is never going to agree to something unless it's what he wants. I'm going to say that one more time. As much as he talks about, oh, we got to make a deal with them, he will never agree to a deal that's not what he wants. And you know that because you've seen this behavior from him as a leader. It's all about what he wants. He threatens to get what he wants. He ambushes to get what he wants. He blackmails to get what he wants. There's a difference between blackmailing people, stepping on toes to get what you want, and actually being a good negotiator. He's not a good negotiator. A lot of people have that misconstrued. Blackmailing the industry is not negotiation. But back to what I said. He's never going to agree on something unless it's what he wants. And the stuff that he wants is what they're not willing to give up, as they should. As they should. Nothing wrong with that. It's theirs. What's theirs is theirs. You know? So I don't see this ending anytime soon. Who knows what's going to happen here? This is just crazy. There's an old movie called Feel Safe, which I reminded about striking first. We're disturbed. Oh, Feel Safe. I've heard of that. Wait a minute. Feel Safe. Oh, I haven't seen this. That just remind me of an old James Bond type of thing. But yeah, chat. Sorry to those who are sensitive about politics. Unfortunately, where the world has turned, we do have to talk about politics on this stream. We have to. Fortunately, it affects everybody. You have to be aware of what's going on. But remember, do not stress over things you can't control. We chat about these things, but we're not stressing. We're not going to stress. We can't control it, right? We can't go over there and negotiate a deal and all kumbaya. We can't do that. So we can't stress over it, right? Number one rule in life, do not stress over something you can't control yourself. Okay? Remember, President Zelensky told him you can have an election while a war is going on, and he said no elections if there's a war. Now we're in war. Well, pray for peace. I guess pray for peace. Hope for peace. Meditate for peace. Whatever you do. It's crazy. But yeah, we gotta get more information about Russia being involved now. Because what the heck? But it has been predicted, if you look at like years ago, it's been predicted that this big war was going to happen between all the nations and countries. It's not good. It's not good if everybody's fighting. Like, we all have our own countries and whatnot. Can we all just mind our business and stay within our borders and just trade and help each other out? Like, I don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, can we just mind our business and stay within our borders? Can we just worry about the issues we got going on over here? We got plenty of issues over here. My goodness. This market has just been flying up, eh? Okay, I guess I could kind of. Oh, my mouse is stuck. Hold on. Looks like we're coming up to take out these highs. I did think about these buys in here, but I didn't like that my level was. These two levels were very close. Maybe over here was at 11:10. Okay, maybe down here wouldn't have been too bad. Maybe very risky though. For risky buys. But anybody getting those buys? Just felt like it was risky. That would be great, but kidnapping presidents and trying to steal other countries' lands is just crazy. It blows my mind. Yeah, it's insane. It's literally insane. Let me see if I can you were gonna buy earlier? Okay. See if we can pull up Hassan's stream from yesterday. Let's see about getting some information about Russia.
Keep up the fight, destroys all negotiating position. Fire the leakers today.
My goodness. He did 7 hours yesterday, chat. Jeez. Look at this, 600,000 views, guys. Let's see if we can. I'm gonna rewind the stream right here. Iran threatens Ukraine over Caspian Sea attack. Okay, so basically Ukraine attacked Iran's one of their like ships or whatever in the Caspian Sea, which is an interesting turn of events. Was it an accident, or did they think? I wonder if they thought it was a U.S. ship, or did they? Why did they attack Iran ship? Despite our rapidly advancing technology, humanity still has some very primitive ways. I can't talk for that long. Yeah, I mean, I could see doing a stream that long, but the fact that he's so his stream is about what's going on, right? He does politics, so every day he's talking about Trump, Iran, Russia, politics, everything that's going on. But the fact that he's able to talk about it that long, it's kind of mind-blowing, right? Because he's on every day, guys. Now he goes live on Sundays. So now he doesn't even take a day off. So he's on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Bro. 7 days a week, 8 hours. I probably run out of topics, no? Gotta be a talent in some art form here. Okay, let's react to this while we're waiting. The market's slowing down after these buys. We got a couple minutes.
Ukraine has escalated its involvement and is moving into the realm of being a belligerent. For example, China.
Can you guys hear it okay?
Offers components, doesn't abide by any sort of blockade.
Again, those of you just joining us, Ukraine hit one of Iran's ships.
The West wants to impose on Russia, but China doesn't send troops into Ukraine, right? China has not done that. That would be a tremendous escalation. Okay?
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Marina.
I love Iran activated Bab el Mandeb. Like, there's no historical context. It's just lazy announcement from that guy. Yemen has been sieged for 11 years and Saudi started bombing Yemeni airport. Yes. Yes. We know.
Yo, when he answers chats, it's so funny. I love Iran activated. No historical context. This is just lazy analysis. Huh?
We know why Yemen did what it did, and that guy knows it too. It's not like he's oblivious.
Oh my god, look at how many tabs he has open on X. What? I mean, I have a lot of tabs open too, because you have to have a lot of tabs open when you stream, but okay, he surpassed me. There's like 20 tabs.
You're you're unnecessarily triggered by his analysis for some reason.
Against Iran do appear to be on hold, but despite the U.S. signaling new diplomatic efforts, Tehran insists Washington
Laughing at
will
what he
not
just said.
determine.
Who's this guy? Oh, this is
timing of-
Hassan. He's a pretty well-known streamer. He streams on Twitch, and then he posts his streams on YouTube. Millions of followers on YouTube, millions of followers on Twitch, millions of followers everywhere.
Look, from Europe.
Why? Wait. People are asking, like, why is Iran helped out Russia? Because Russia gives Iran defenses.
He streams every day about politics.
It's simple. There is a coalition of unlikely partners that have basically been forced together to become allies due to American intervention and Western imperialism. Okay? That's it. Countries that have been in the crosshairs of the West have, you know, created allegiances. That's it. Because at the end of the day, the goal of a sovereign nation is survival. You're not going to turn around and be like, oh, I really don't like what Russia is doing in Ukraine. I have to maintain some kind of like moral purity. It's pure, it's a purely cold and pragmatic approach. The real interesting calculation here is what Russia has done consistently. There's always been a limit to how much Russia will aid other countries that are in the axis of resistance against Israel, because Russia has its own ties, deep and embedded ties to Israel. That's what's more interesting than the...
Wait, Russia has deep embedded ties to Israel? First time I'm hearing that. Yeah, guys, I'm just listening while the market's slowing down a little bit. We're just buying up here, no pullback. Just listening a little bit to what he's saying about Russia. Iran supplies Russia with drones that are used against Ukraine when the U.S. started the war with Iran. Oh, this was Ukraine's chance to get back at Iran and show loyalty to the U.S. Ah, that's a good way. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. That makes sense. Wait, then low key, aren't they kind of playing both sides, or is it just me? Isn't it kind of like double agent vibes?
Obvious choice for Iran, just like there's an obvious.
No,
choice
isn't
for
that kind of like
China.
playing both sides? Oh wait, I'm friends
Just
with
like
you.
there's an
Oh
obvious
wait, I'm
choice
friends
for
with you
the
too.
Democratic People's Republic of Korea. These are countries that have always been cast aside as foreign adversaries.
I just say unclassified.
I think the much more interesting partnership is between Russia and Israel. Even though Russia, as a regional actor that has its own investment in and its own goals in the Middle East, has always been a funder and facilitator of some of the defenses in Syria under Assad, and certainly with its defenses that it's given to Iran.
To the Gulf, we are following all sides of this evolving story for you. Today we've got Claire Sebastian in London. Lenny Jokos is in Dubai.
Oh my goodness, chat. I've never watched news from the UK in my life. Have y'all? Well, if you live in the UK, you probably have, but this is my first time watching news.
We can, Claire, with
in the UK.
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi warning that this incident in the Caspian Sea cannot go unanswered.
I just
What is
realized that.
going on there, and why would Kyiv risk getting mixed up in another conflict?
You guys have access to all countries' news?
Becky,
Oh,
I think it's a
nice.
calculated risk for Ukraine here. I just want to be clear, we're not 100% sure at this point what exactly happened. We have different accounts from different sides. Ukraine says it hit cargo ships that were under international sanctions, as well as a sort of missile boat, a military ship. It's not saying which countries they were flagged under or owned by. It's saying they were involved in transporting military equipment between Iran and Russia. Those were the exact words of President Zelensky over the weekend. Iran, of course, on the other hand,
targeting Russian facilities inside the Caspian Sea. They've hit an oil terminal there, as well as some other shipping. But the crunch point of what you're saying here is, does this escalate the war? And if you listen to what Iranian leaders are saying, we've heard from the spokesman at the foreign ministry in Tehran and other senior Iranian officials saying Ukraine should not expect to get away with this. They should expect there to be a response. And one senior parliamentarian in Iran said...
but the question is will Iran respond to Russia? What do you guys think, chat? You think they're going to respond to Russia? Mostly watch news outside the U.S. give different perspective. I read news outside the U.S. Like I read different news funds. I just never actually watched it. But yeah, you're right. You got to get a perspective because Fox News has paid off.
You know, the U.S. and Israel have learned that lesson.
I like
so Iran
CBS
is very
News.
clearly signaling that it would choose a military response to Ukraine, and in that.
Yeah, because I mean, Iran, they don't want to fight the U.S. and Russia. I mean, that's a death sentence. But also, I believe they see it as standing up for themselves. You know.
In that context, suddenly, the war between the U.S. and Iran and in the Gulf just balls westwards and has a whole other potential theater of military operation for the Iranians. They haven't done anything yet. They're speaking about it. In the past, when they've spoken about it, they do follow through.
Let's talk about the new Zelensky factor, if you will.
I feel like Russia knows Iran's probably not going to strike back because
for much of Iran's trade with Russia,
they can't afford to.
Iran responding with warnings. The new one coming overnight from an Iranian regional governor is Ukraine too may soon come to understand that Iran does not let actions go unanswered.
Oh,
what does this do?
Oh, all right. Well, I've been saying Iran. It's Iran. It's Iran, chat. I've been saying Iran. This whole time, it's Iran. GG's. All right.
Kate, this is first of all, let's step way back. Iran has
Can't believe I've been
Russia
saying
in its war against Ukraine directly.
Can't believe it's
Shahed
Iran.
drones. They provide technology.
Iran.
Russia now has a factory
Iran.
producing these Iranian Shahed drones.
Oh my God! Now I'm going to keep thinking about it.
It's war. This has been going on for years.
Iran is not incorrect.
Zelensky, about 3 days ago, said that the Ukrainians struck
How do y'all
a ship
say
in
it,
the Caspian Sea carrying
do you say
military material
Iran?
between Russia
Do you say
and Iran.
Iran?
Iran is now claiming that this is basically an act of war, and Iran is
How
now
do y'all
threatening to
say it?
attack Ukraine. So this is how these two storylines are coming
Nah,
together.
I feel
but
bad
the
because I'm pronouncing
cooperation
the
between
country
Russia
wrong.
and Iran has been going on for some time.
say
But this will be a
Iran.
topic in the Oval Office when Zelensky meets with President Trump. Totally different
Iran.
dynamic than that infamous
Like what
meeting about 18 months
Iran.
ago. Now Ukraine
Stop mucking. Stop mucking. Stop UCMing.
arguably has the upper hand. There's a sanctions
Next
bill
thing you
pending
know,
still in
Ukraine
the
is not
Senate,
pronounced Ukraine, it's Ukraine,
Zelensky's
and we've
coming
been
with
saying
some
Ukraine.
cards. And
Zelensky and Ukraine's military political elites have been lobbying for years to be the next Israel for U.S. empire.
Iran.
There are huge benefits for Ukraine's elites if this comes to pass. Serving as Trump's proxy bombing Iran is their golden opportunity to prove their Israeli worth. I just don't think it's ever going to happen, though. There's no Ukrainian lobby. There's no country that will ever be like Israel. Okay? And any country that thinks they will be like Israel will be relegated to the Gulf nation status. Okay? That's it. Countries that think they can be like Israel will fall by the wayside. They will experience the same fate that the Gulf nations are experiencing currently.
I just realized,
especially considering that the Gulf nations have a lot more money than Israel has. The Gulf nations also have oil, okay, the petrodollar. And even then, the Gulf nations have never reached the standard.
just to take a pause here, guys, the market is literally in the same spot. Like I said, we had these buys up. We haven't had a pullback yet, so we are paying attention.
Standard of Israel. Okay? The United Arab Emirates is seeing that firsthand. That's it. When people say why, or when people ask the question why, it's very simple. Israel is a handover colonial outpost from the British.
I would have to speak that language to make an exact pronunciation, and different dialects are still going to pronounce things slightly different. Oh, you're right. Yeah, inside the same country. Now we have to team up with Ukraine, right? UN may have to get involved. I don't know. I don't trust anything. I'll be honest with you. I don't trust anything because, not too long ago, Russia wanted us dead. So it's like, you know what I mean, Chad? Think about it. Would you let somebody in your house who wanted you dead? Like, that just makes me scratch my head. No pun intended. I'm scratching my head. But you know what I mean, Chad? Like, imagine like somebody like just wanted you to die. And now they're like, oh, well, that person wanted you to die too, and I killed them, so we could be friends now. And you're like, wait, you're crazy. Right? You know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute. Do you trust that? I don't know. Who do we trust? I barely trust myself.
A much longer bandwidth of servitude than any other country can
I don't know.
other
I
country
just think it's
develop,
chess, not checkers. I don't think
Throughout thick
anybody
and
could be
thin,
trusted.
Israel has been the most reliable Cold War ally. Israel has done so much more than all these other countries. Israel has always been the most reliable ally. So when Americans say that, when the boomers say that especially, they're not technically wrong. It's not currently, and it's burning all of the goodwill that it developed over the course of the last 80 years. But the only reason why Israel has been able to
Wanted, you mean want, right? It doesn't go away, right? It's like you just wanted me to die like not too long ago. Now you don't want me to die. I can't believe it.
And that reason has allowed Israel to have an insane network of influence.
Ukraine and Israel both very dependent on U.S. military support.
Media organ that operates
True.
Inside of both the United States of America and many other Western countries, and that has solidified. That Zionist indoctrination has basically solidified unlimited support. Okay. And to different audiences, Israel plays a very different role. No one else can do this. There is no white evangelical Protestant movement that will create a theological justification for why we must back the Orthodox Church to the hilt. It just doesn't work that way. It does not work that way at all. We will never trust the Muslims, who we still remember the oil shock. Okay, we will never trust the Muslims to the same degree as we trust Israel, and we will never trust Ukraine to the same degree that we trust Israel. Israel gets to violate all norms all the fucking time.
He just said we will never trust Ukraine the way that we trust Israel. I mean, I don't see why the U.S. would trust it, but I think trusting Russia would be a foolish mistake on our end. Like I said, it just doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. Once you wish death on someone, you can't just turn around and be like, oh, never mind. We can be friends. Like, no, we can't be. No. There is no turning back. No. That's like shaking a hand with a snake. You ever see those pictures where somebody's hand is a snake and someone's hand is real and then you're shaking hands, but one is a snake? No. We could be cordial, which is what we should be, right? We should be cordial with Russia. We don't have to be best friends with Russia, but we could be cordial to survive.
And the social and political capital it has developed over 80
In the grand scheme of
fucking
things, there are no
years.
friends. That's true. Only
If American
interest.
foreign
You're right.
policy was actually based in realpolitik, then its number one ally in the Middle East should obviously be Saudi Arabia, not Israel. Yes. Yes, 100%. It's not based in realpolitik. The Gulf, they literally destroyed Kuwait's energy and water plants and airports, etc. Yeah. Oh, Qatar has been hit the hardest? No, it hasn't. It's true. Qatari Cat is correct.
No, it hasn't.
Think
They
about
literally
Russia didn't get to be USA's Israel after the USSR fell. Why the hell does Ukraine think this is possible? Yeah, it's foolhardy. It's stupid. No one will ever be
What has
America's
Muslim done to
Israel.
America?
Only
How does it
Israel
start
will ever
wars
get to be
over the
America's
world?
Israel.
Yeah, I don't.
Israel.
Yeah, I don't understand why people group people together, but unfortunately, we live in a world where everybody has to label people and group them all as a whole. They'll say all Muslims do this. No, all Muslims don't do that. All black people do this. All white people do that. No, all women do this. All men do that. No, like we live in a world where people like to group everybody together. But you know what I've realized as I see it on the internet all the time? I think it's just to get a reaction, right? Like those men who degrade women on their stream for hours every day that are popular. And they say all women do this, all women are stupid, all women blah blah blah. I think people don't get attention unless they group people together, right? You get what I'm saying, chat? I think it's just a
We'll never
viral
allow
tactic
another Israel to exist.
for someone
That's
to
the
pay
other. I mean,
attention
look
to
at
what they're
NATO.
saying.
Look at Turkey.
It brings shock
Why
factor.
do you think
right?
Benjamin
Shock
Netanyahu, in his
factor
fucking
value.
18-front war that it's conducting currently, is now putting the crosshairs
But
on
you should never
America's
stereotype any type
largest
of
NATO
groups of
partner,
people
a country
at
that
all,
has American
no
nuclear
matter what it
arsenal,
is. Don't stereotype. Everybody's their
American
own
nuclear
individual
weapons
person.
inside of American military bases.
Do some people follow the leader? Yes. Yes. But some people are their own people.
Taiwan will never come near
They'd
the
rather
level of
make
importance
money
of
than
Israel.
respect
There's
human
no
dignity.
proxy that the United
All day
States of America
traders are
cares about
degenerate gamblers.
to the same degree as Israel. There's no comparison. There's no Taiwan
Trump
lobby
keep enemies
that
close
comes
and
close to the
push
Israel lobby.
all our
Same
friends
with
away.
Ukraine. Same with the Gulf. It doesn't matter how much money these countries have. It doesn't matter.
We're
how
still
much,
sitting here, ladies and gentlemen.
how
Like I said,
many
we're
lives
still
they
sitting
throw,
here. My
in the
goodness.
direction of America's military ambitions.
Market's
Never
going
gonna
nowhere.
happen.
He's saying he's going to lay out for the president his information on what Russia is doing to actually support Iran in its conflict against us. So this is how these two strands come together. The cooperation between Russia, Iran, and China is a larger backdrop to everything we're talking about day by day here, Kate. And that'll be a very important meeting in the Oval Office this week.
Yeah, I mean, do you call them these two storylines and two strands coming together? It's like, how much closer do these two wars come to each other? Is it?
Bennett said Monday that if he returns to premiership this fall, he will declare Qatar an enemy state and accuse Doha of funding Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Seems like Israelis would like to reserve the right to bomb Doha as desired. That's awesome. And America will let it happen too. Cucks. You guys have to understand. I mean, Brett McGurk is a great example of
You
this.
did not just
There
say
is
that.
no Brett McGurk equivalent for Ukraine. Okay? A lot of people will turn around and say, "Oh, this is
Market pushed up
ethnic.
450
This is,
points.
This
Yep.
is ethnic tribalism. It's
And
ethnic tribalistic policies.
Besides that small
These are
dip,
Jews
it has
in high
not
places.
retraced.
That's the reason why we have so much loyalty. Okay, Brett McGurk is a great example of how wrong you are with that position. Okay? Surely you can
Crazy.
talk about the Zionist indoctrination and the financial entanglements. That does play a formative role, but you can't explain Joe Biden that way. He's a fucking Catholic. You can't explain Brett McGurk that way.
Did he just call us? Yes, yeah. That's why
The
I
only
laughed.
way you can
So like,
explain
did he
it
just
is
say that?
the importance of the Israel lobby and why the Israel lobby was
He's in the
allowed to
U.S.
exist on U.S. soil and operate in the ways that it does. Operate in the ways that
See,
it has.
when he says America, or like if he speaks about the country, he's not including himself in it per usual.
Okay?
He's here. He lives in Cali.
For years and years, Israel was allowed to propagandize the American base and make itself an irreplaceable part of not only American foreign policy, but also domestic policy as well. Okay? You can. Zionism is not only Jewish. No, I know that. There's never been a point in history.
What did the comment say? You can. Zionism is not only Jewish. Zionism is not only Jewish.
History ever where the number of Christian Zionists were not far greater, far larger than the number of Jewish Zionists. That has never existed.
Getting your second cup of
There's
coffee.
never
Nice.
been a point in time
I wish I had a cup.
where the number of Jewish Zionists was higher than the number
Makes
of
sense
Christian
not to
Zionists.
include
Never.
himself.
From its inception. Okay?
Y'all are funny.
So yes, Zionism can be seen in its expression as a Jewish thing, right? And it's propped up by a lot of Jewish institutions, Jewish organizations. This is true. But ultimately, its backbone still always has been and always will be the Christian Zionist movement. Okay? For some, it's a theological justification, the evangelical Protestants. And for others, it's
This chat
Zionist
is going
indoctrination.
crazy.
But ultimately, for one reason or another, American
His
leadership
chat is having
have
his
always
chat is
backed
having a
Israel
fit.
to the hilt. Okay, there have been times when they've demanded
Like to set the
restraint
coffee
from
up
their
at night in a
Israeli
timer, especially if I have
counterparts,
early morning.
and Israel has
You
of
know
course
what?
always played ball.
I'm gonna take that advice because
But
I do have a
ultimately,
timer on mine. That's
for
what I
one
should have
reason or
did, huh?
another, there's never
And I
been
would have had coffee this morning.
as critical of as Israel critical of a American leadership as like the Barack Obama leadership. Okay,
This week.
that is the maximum level of Israel critique allowed from the American government. Anyway, Donnie is releasing a trailer of the documentary.
Did you guys see that the White House used Katy Perry's fireworks song showing us sending missiles out? And Katy Perry was like outraged over it. She's like, I did not approve of you guys to use my song Fireworks for showing you guys killing people. You know, the song Fireworks was made to uplift people. It's supposed to be a happy song. Did you guys see that? I guess she wanted to sue them or something. And then people were commenting that she sold her catalog, so she doesn't own the rights to her songs, so they can use it, which kind of sucks. That sucks, right? If I was an artist, there'd have to be, I don't know, I guess a life or death situation where I'd sell my catalog. Because as an artist, wouldn't you want to own your catalog? But I'm assuming some artists, because I noticed within the last couple of years, going through COVID and all that, a lot of these artists have been selling their catalogs. I mean, if you ain't Taylor Swift or Drake, you probably ain't selling out. Own your masters, right? Own your masters, because I don't know. I mean, even Justin Bieber sold his catalog. Maybe they're running out of money. I mean, these artists, they spend a lot of money. But when you're not getting that money back, when you're not at the height of your career, and when you're not touring and selling out and dropping more music like you did when you were coming up, I mean, the money's going to dry up, right? That sucks. But yeah, I guess she can't do anything about it because she doesn't own her music no more.
On your boy, we've spent the past
That
6
kinda
months traveling the
sucks.
country following the rise of and resistance to democratic socialism in the Democratic Party.
Katy Perry's
This
going
week,
out with
Romeo Sullivan
Justin
dives into the world of the
Tredahu.
progressive
Oh, who's
left.
that?
Are you
Justin
concerned that you might end up
Tredahu.
losing Democrats
That
in
last
general
name sounds
The
familiar.
whole story with Anderson
Is that
Cooper
an
this Sunday
actor?
at 8 on CNN.
Ooh!
Oh,
With Anderson Cooper.
It's coming
wait, the
out.
Prime Minister of Canada?
Yes, there's going to be a lot of. I mean, look, I don't know the details.
Can't
of
help but
how
laugh
this
at me
got
when
released,
Drake's in it.
but I'm shocked that it's fucking released at all.
Well, no, I'm
Obviously,
just
Donnie
using
has
him and
gotten
Taylor Swift
unprecedented access
as an example.
deep
They're
access
industry
from the
giants. I
start
mean, they're
because he's,
selling out no matter
followed
what.
my journey along.
So if you don't
for,
have their at
the
this
past couple
point,
of
like a
years, not just
smaller
the last
artist
6
is not going to
months.
sell
The last
out
6
the
months
type
is
of
just the
stuff they
tip of
could
the
sell out,
iceberg,
you know?
right?
So none of these artists are making money, you know?
But this is
Taylor Swift dropped right now.
Donnie's
She's going to do
piece
$1
de
million in
resistance,
sales.
his last. Are you
She's
concerned
just
about the
different.
edit?
Her fan base is different.
The edit will be unfavorable.
You
to
know?
me. There's 0% chance that it'll be favorable.
It's hard
but
to
we'll
stay on
see.
top for that long.
We'll see how it goes. There is no CNN editing.
You know?
That
Wait,
gets
when did Katy
released
Perry
that
start
makes
dating
me
the
look
Prime
good.
Minister?
Let's be fucking real. From Hassan Nahan, David Hogg,
I
James
see what you're saying, though. Maybe that is why they
Josh
did that.
Gottheimer, Third Way Tweet. We spoke to Democrats across the board, along with DSA candidates like Daria Liza
Music
and
industry
Claire.
shady.
Some great insights from the Crooked Media guys, John Favreau, John Lovett, Tommy Vitor, too. Tony has no say over the. But it does strike me as odd. It's to launder the big fat check they're about to send to the Pentagon? Yeah, I could see that.
What is this?
Keep increasing the contradictions. Make it so that every American, no matter where they live, no matter how out of touch they are, make every American realize what the domestic consequences.
I'm sorry, I gotta pause it. No matter how out of touch they are. Bro. He did not just say that. I mean, there are a lot of Americans that are out of touch because a lot of them, those who sit at home and watch the news, they were raised to, okay, just trust the news and that's it. They're not going out and doing their research. Like, for those who don't know, if you were to just sit at home and just watch Fox News and that's it, you would think in your mind that we're the victim and Ukraine attacked us and they're going against terms of contract and all this other. Like, you wouldn't have them, So, yeah, I see what he means. There are a lot of people who are out of touch with reality because they just believe everything told to them.
For the endless American war machine.
Smart enough to know that I don't know. But that's how they shaped this country to be, right? They want people to be robotic. They want people to be bots. They want people to just get up, go to work, stress about your bills so much that you're so tired that you buy fast food, so then you're eating like craps and you're making yourself sick. But then also stress yourself out so much so that you're not worried about what's going on. Trust the government. Trust the drugs your doctor gives you, and that's it, right? They make you so exhausted to the point where you just go with the flow with everything, right? Instead of questioning things. We need people who question things. They don't like when people question things, right? You have to have people who question things because we'll never have change. Question, why are we doing this? Right? Well, why? Gotta have that why.
I built it during my first term, and I'm using.
I was an annoying kid because I was always like, well, why?
What was happening in Venezuela.
May short in queue. For me, it's just at the top of this resistance here, and yeah, it's just not setting up for me.
Why does nobody ever ask Trump
But
where
I've been
he's getting
watching
these
it.
numbers from and why he keeps changing the numbers? Every other week is a larger number. Also, why does nobody ever ask Trump, like, why do you think blowing up and killing more Iranian civilians is somehow helping?
Wait, he's got a point here. Every week it is a different number. Why do the numbers keep changing? Where are we referencing these numbers from? It's a good point.
Liberate the Iranian population.
I do notice that. The number's always changing. Trump always got some number he's going off of in his speech. And I'm like, where do you pull that number from? You just be making up numbers.
Iran has developed a nuclear weapon that only kills Iranian civilians. They deployed it. They killed 90 million Iranians.
Super busy morning, no trade day for me.
In one day.
I'm with you, Seven. I lost $200, but other than that, Just one
But
$200
93
loss.
million Iranians died overnight. There's only 1 million Iranians
setups
that
for me here.
remain on Iranian soil.
In Iran. But we've already paid for the Venezuela operation, as I said, and likewise we're winning big time with the.
But days like
Islamic
today, it may
Republic
set up a
of
little
Iran,
bit better
and
during
we're
power
ensuring
hour.
that they never have
Most
a
likely.
nuclear weapon. When
High
somebody comes
probability.
up and
It'll
says,
set up a
"Why
little
are we
better.
doing this?"
Couple
Just
hours.
say, because we cannot let them have a nuclear.
That's not funny. My mother died to an Iranian nuke. I apologize.
What?
Meteor-
Oh, no, wait. I missed that one. Hold on.
And when somebody comes up and says, "Why are we doing this?" Just say, because we cannot let them have
I could barely hear Trump.
a nuclear.
That's not funny. My mother died to.
That's not funny. My mother died to an Iranian nuke. That person may be
I
trolling.
apologize.
It's hard to tell.
R.I.P. to your mom.
Weapon. It's very simple. That's all you have to say. There's nothing else.
Yeah, actually, he said it was 80,000, then 40,000. Now it's 52,000. Yeah, he's just like, slicing it off. Finding the middle number.
You have to say. If you understood the power of the nuclear weapons, you'd understand exactly what I was saying. World, by far, we have the greatest people. We have the best.
Yeah, this is a brilliant message, by the way.
Chat, how you guys feeling about these markets?
To stop Trump from
You guys
returning
just
major
been
combat
chilling
with
too?
dangerous leaks. Disgraceful that people are trying to box him in and extremely harmful to national security. Ben Shapiro said something similar.
No setups for me right now. It's probably going to take like another hour.
Prevent compromising national defense for years to come for no tangible benefit, treasonous, lying about the achievability of war aims to suck the country into an unwinnable conflict for the benefit of Israel, regrettably necessary. Man who said there was no downside demands arrest of those who are pointing out downside. Yeah. There is no U.S. downside to striking the Iranian regime, he said on January 14th. Tehran shouldn't expect Trump to repeat Obama's mistakes. Now, everyone that brings up the downsides must be jailed. It's treason.
I don't remember what happened back then, but what mistakes did Obama make with Iran?
There's also obviously
Anybody knows.
the
No
other
setup.
side of the story. Ben Shapiro,
Made 50
I
off the deck.
covered it
Nice.
as well.
Slow.
Ben Shapiro, when you're leaking
Straight at break
falsely,
even. Okay.
according to President Trump,
nice,
to CNN
player.
and New York Times and Barack
Sitting
Obama,
on my
that we're
hands.
short on
Okay.
interceptors, you're helping Iran. Trump must
Sitting on
track
my
down and
hands.
fire the leakers in this administration
Wanna
and
see us
continue to
coming
undermine
down
his
to,
pursuit of America's interests. So here's
maybe
what doesn't
another
make sense
50,
about
60
this.
points,
I mean, nothing
but
makes
it's
sense
just
about
kind of
this
sitting here
other than Ben
in the
Shapiro's
same
Israel
spot.
first, right? Ben Shapiro's Israel first. But the reason why this doesn't make sense is because if it is a lie and the American interceptors are, our interceptor stockpiles are perfectly intact, okay? If that's the case, then why are you crying about it? This is obviously a gambit from America. This is obvious.
Wait, what does he respond to? When you're leaking falsely, according to President Trump, to CNN and the NYT, the New York Times, and Barack Ravid, that we're short on interceptors, you're helping Iran. Trump must track down and fire the leakers to administration who continue. Okay, yeah, I did see that. I did see a lot of people, a lot of different news reports yesterday talking about that we were short on interceptors. Well, yeah, obviously, yeah, that would be classified information being leaked, right? And that obviously helps those who are attacking us. Like, okay, they're running out of interceptors. Let's up it, right? I mean, it is what it is. He's not going to be able to track down everybody who tweets that out. I mean, there's thousands of tweets saying the same thing, you know? Remember when people were furious that Obama wore a tan suit? That's funny. That's funny. Over a tan suit? Was that really a thing? Wow. I bet you they wish that was our main issue now.
Obviously, America lying to the Iran.
Oh, our president. Oh my God, our president wears a tan suit. Like, I wish that was the biggest issue we had right now in this country. I wish the biggest issue was, you know what? Trump is wearing a pink suit. We can't stand that. I wish that was the biggest issue. Unreal.
Inside to be like, oh no, please, we don't have any interceptors remaining. Boom, all of a sudden they're going to do a trick attack or something. Okay? But if it's true and you're leaking this information,
right. The question is it true? We don't know if it's true because it's just been leaked that that our soldiers have been running out of interceptors. They're running short over there because we've been using a lot of them. Like I said, chat, we've been using a lot of our top tier equipment that should be saved for emergency purposes on this war. We've already used up a big bulk, guys. So we don't know if it's true or not. You know, if we're running out of interceptors. I hope we're not. But if it is true, why the F? Whoever leaked this information, if it's true, why would you leak that information publicly? Like, what is wrong with people? Why would you tell the world that? Pink suit and orange hair.
Then yeah, you're doing it for a clear purpose, which is to try to pressure Trump by way of the public into not furthering this conflict and continuing to give Iran even more leverage. Why does Ben want America to fight undefended? Sounds pretty anti-American to me. Benjamin Shapipi. He does not care. He just wants, he doesn't give a shit about what happens in the Gulf. He doesn't give a shit about what happens with Iranian retaliation. He just wants America to continue pummeling Iran. That's it. He's seen red.
Let me read that one.
Bloodlust.
Even if you're just looking for a better negotiation, leaking that America doesn't have enough military arsenal to keep up with the fight destroys all negotiating positions. Fire the leakers today. Anyone who opposes that obvious position gives away the game. The thing is you don't know if everybody's a leaker until you research what their position is. It could be some random person, some random Joe Schmo right now at home typing this information because they saw someone else type it and it went viral because they're just trying to get a viral tweet. So because so many people are tweeting about this to go viral, you don't know which one's the actual leaker. There's still many people. Like I said, some people could just be copy and paste. Oh, this is a viral tweet, right? You get what I'm saying, chat? Because people are getting paid. Okay, on X, people are getting paid. People making thousands of dollars a month on X. All right, for engagement because they have high engagement. So, you know, I don't think it's that simple to just say, "Oh, arrest all the people who are leakers." You don't know who's a leaker. There's a consistent theme amongst Zionist dogs like Ben Sharpio. They desperately want Americans to do all of the dying in Iran while their brave IOF bombs. Okay. If this leak is false, then what is there to worry about? If it's true, maybe it would be good for the public to know. Okay, let's say it's true. How is that good for us to know? Yeah, good for us to know that we're losing? Like what? What do you mean it's good for us to know? And it's not good for the public to know. True or false, it's not good. Why would you want the enemy to know you're running out of deceptors? What kind of stupid comment is that?
Damn it, Hassan, he's just leaning into the bit. You fucking suck at improv,
What?
bro. Come on. Oh, that's
What do you
it
mean
is.
it's good for the public to
Even
know?
If you're just looking at better negotiated
What the
off-ramp here, leaking that America doesn't have the military arsenal to keep up the fight destroys all negotiating positions.
What?
Fire the leakers today. Anyone who opposes that obvious position gives away the game. Yeah. He then tries to package this.
In a
as
second,
like,
we're gonna
oh,
take a little
you're,
break, guys,
you know,
and we're
ruining
gonna
the
check out Top
negotiations.
Step.
To which I responded
Market's
with,
still in the
here's the
same,
initial leaker of interceptor shortages
here.
before Operation Epstein Fury began. Everyone but the American public is aware this is happening. Ben is mad because it makes it harder to convince the U.S. to fight Israel's war against Iran.
Appreciate you guys. You guys enjoying the stream today? Market's slow. We're
That's
doing
it.
some
These leaks
politics.
are not coming from peaceniks in the American Department of War. Okay?
Okay.
These leaks are literally coming from high-level military officials, okay? These are not leaks. These are warnings to Donald Trump because Donald Trump's not listening to them in the room. And they've been doing this since before Operation Epic Fury began.
Okay, so he's saying that the leaks are coming from higher tail military personnel that are over there. Now, I do believe because they did one leak that I did see from our soldiers over there was they were saying how Trump's not listening to them. And I do believe that. I mean, we've seen this man time and time again of how he is. I do believe that him on a phone call with them, hey, we're running out of this. And he's like, oh, go anyway. Go anyway. Push anyway. Yeah, I could see Trump saying that. Right? So if it is true that we're running out of deceptors and he's telling them to push anyway, I could see that happening. Could you? I could.
It's so fucking stupid. Ben, the
I
Air
could.
Force just raised the enlistment
It's
age
believable.
to 42. You have 6 months to sign up so you can join the war effort you love so much. Yeah. Yeah, send Benny Boy to the front lines. What are we doing? Send Asmongold to the front lines. Okay.
Asmongold is another streamer for those who don't know. Hey, Asmongold just called a straight. Send Asmongold to the front lines.
Okay. Why are we sending random motherfuckers from Iowa to the front lines that die under Iranian munitions, ballistic munitions, in bases that are left undefended because our interceptor stockpile is diminished? Send Asmongold to the front line. Send Barron to the front line. Send Kai Trump to the front line.
Oh my goodness. Send Barron and Kai Trump to the front line. See, now it would be different, right? If we send Barron and Kai Trump out there on those ships, you still going to yell at those soldiers to keep pushing through? Oh, things would change now. Now we'll be more willing to negotiate. See, when your kid is out there, now you're more happy to negotiate a deal, but it ain't your kid, so it's whatever, right? You gotta be kidding me. Trump is like a 5-year-old. Yo, he's funny though. Send Asmongold to the front line. Send Barron to the front line.
Send
That's
the
funny.
boys and girls that want to wage this fucking war. Send their children to the front lines. That's it.
I'm with it though. Those who are pro-war, because a lot of these Trump supporters are pro-war. Let's send all the pro-war people to the front line. Y'all could go first. Y'all are pro-war, right? Let's put y'all out there. Yeah, let's send them to the front lines. Let's see how pro-war you are now.
Perhaps then the
Probably doesn't
calculation
care
will be a
about
lot
them.
different for the likes of
Honestly, Trump is a narcissist, so I do truly believe, from what I've seen, I mean, he's a narcissist in the definite, I mean, the true art of definition of narcissist you've seen in Trump. Yeah, I do believe that if it came down to him or his son or his granddaughter, he's going to choose himself. I do truly believe that. I stand by that just from the behavior I've seen. If it came down to it, it'd be some Game of Thrones sacrifice shit. And you'd be like, oh shit. The episode ended with he chose himself over his son. Yeah, some Game of Thrones shit.
Shapiro.
Real life episodes. Okay, let's take a short break. We're gonna come back to this. As I told you guys, the market, we started this stream over here. Not this stream, but reacting to Hassan. We were over here. Now we're over here. Nothing happened, guys. We slightly went up 70 points. We consolidated on this level. And now we're just kind of sitting here. That's all that happened. But let's react to Top Step. I like to see how they've been trading today.
Market corrects to come back and rebalance that prior
For a
segment.
little bit.
So if you have a big up segment, the market will at some points, just a matter of when,
You do
how
too?
extended it needs to get before it does eventually correct.
Yeah, I think he's a
All I'm
selfish
doing
guy.
right now is just trading the
to speed. So typically, I'm just looking at.
All right, let's check them out in the morning here.
They started with like a
See if we can catch up.
around like
Nice, Benson.
27.
Looks like he was in a
700 or
scalp
something,
sell.
so-
Yeah, it is. Buyers are just continuing to get
Any
met
second
with
now.
more. Any
Risking
seconds.
600 for 600.
Give it about 5 minutes.
Here's the sellers. Get out of here. And Q.
Mm,
They're trying,
Haters.
but
what about over
Yeah,
here?
You ain't trying hard enough, Vince.
brutal right now, right?
Yeah.
This is where
Andre's got a nice background behind him. Andre was in the same cell I was in. Okay. Who's this? Michael B.
Yes, this is global headquarters.
Interesting. You got a black chart. Anybody in the chat have a black chart? Like full black background chart? It's a little too dark on my eyes. It's a little harsh. But let me know. I'm just curious. Anybody here got full out jet black charts? Let me know.
There is. It can get loud. You still
it's called ATR Trail Stop. And
Okay, he was in a buy.
rate hike tomorrow, which is gonna.
Yep.
Jack is down on the day. Sorry, Jack. I'm down 200 on the day too. We're both down 200.
That rally was a bit.
Was this Michael B? That was the guy that was in buys. He's up 1,800.
I think we'd be higher right now.
Now he's in a sell.
And higher and higher.
Well, we know how this ended because this ended up bouncing up at that point. That was a dip.
I mean, looking for a show.
Wait, today's not. Oh, tomorrow's FOMC, guys. I was about to say, wait, FOMC. I just saw FOMC. I was like, wait a minute, that's not today, right? No, it's tomorrow. Have a black background change? Do you? Pure black and white chart. Serial killer. It's for serial killers. Yo, y'all crack me up. Oh my goodness.
It's not a bad idea.
Oh, Mohammed's up.
With this strong momentum,
2K.
I'd rather wait.
He's doing a new combine.
5-minute green candle at least.
Why you're crazy?
We like Mohammed.
They're not.
He's a hell of a scalper.
500 lot.
So I even get better price
To the ES right now.
Blinds?
It looks like
They're in the lab in the old Oval Office lab, and we.
he's in a cell.
Gotten any word on
Mohammed's in a cell at the top of there.
Well, I've given back.
We have got some.
Let's put it to where it is now.
Early, because at this point, knowing we've got that little rejection there of that level, I wouldn't want to see us come back up and.
This guy's in a cell. All right, not too much happened at top. So I could see why he's in a cell. He's on the 1 minute. He was just talking about this rejection, this lower high here. I can definitely see what he's seeing and why he's in a cell. For me, I do see this 3-bar reversal. I do see the rejection in here. You can see it really well in here, how we come back up and retest. I have a level here we're rejecting, but I don't like it enough. It's questionable to me. I do see us coming down towards the 60s, but that's only like another 30 points. You know? Let me see, chat. My chart colors is or my chart background, I should say, is literally like this gray color. Let me add it. But if I did jet black, oh my goodness, see my eyes. I don't know how do you guys do that? That's not too dark. How do y'all do that? Oh, there we go. Down to the 60s. Yeah, that's where I could see us coming down to the 60s. But after the 60s, not sure how far this has to go. That's a little lighter. That's still too dark. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I got to stick to my gray. Jet black is insane. What if... Gotta get that music pumping. What if... Watch your eyes. It's gonna get bright. Oh my God. The crazy thing is statistically, with all the traders in the world, somebody's chart is this color. Somebody out there, chat, their background is that color. I'm just saying. Somebody out there. Purple's a little cray cray. Maybe a dark purple. But like a jet black purple. Like a gradient. It's hard to see. Oh, this is wild. These are crazy charts. This reminds me of like racing or something. Okay, let's go back to a solid color. I like navy too. Sometimes I do navy. Navy's cool. Let's see if I can make it a little lighter. Like that darker blue. It's okay. But I always ultimately go back to gray for some reason. Oh, hell no. Don't give him ideas. Toy Trade said ew. Yeah, see, bright is too bright. But dark is too dark. So then it's kind of like, well, what color is there left? Just neutral colors like gray. What if we do gradient gray black? Gradient gray black? It's okay. That's not the worst of the worst, right? What about slightly lighter black? Dark's pretty dark, but not harsh. What about this? That's the same color. Okay, no, we can't go too much lighter. Yeah, see, the gradient is just it's tough, y'all. I think gradient. I mean, if you have a nice gradient color, let me know. But I feel like with the color candles I have, white is clean, but white is too bright. Gray is okay, but it gets boring. Darker gray just feels right. Too distracting. Yeah. Alrighty, we're bouncing on the 60s. Is exactly what I would expect. Will we close below? This is why I didn't want to take a sell, because I expected when we come down towards the 60s to have some type of bounce. Now the question is are we going to hold this bounce and then just continue up, which is why I didn't want to get into a sell over here? Or are we going to actually downpour now and come back down, right? Nice area here to come back to 850. Let me throw on a VWAP to 930. VWAP is down here. On the 1 minute. VWAP is all the way down here on the 1 minute. Okay. Good to know. All right. VWAP is in this vicinity on the 1 minute. I like this area. These two bearish candles. I would highlight this as an area. So long story short, this zone looks like a good zone that we can get to. What's the opening range looking like? Our opening range is this candle in the 30 minute. We were to take the range. What's it looking like? We're back inside of the top of the opening range. Okay, so it would be the middle. Come down to Yeah, it's tricky. You know, sometimes NASDAQ can retest the top of the opening range and then it likes to continue, right? The spot where it likes to continue if it's going to continue. Or we can come back to the opening range and then we usually see ourselves fall, right? Fall back to the middle. Like I said, it's a tough spot for price because this is going to be the decision maker per se. This area is definitely going to be a decision maker here. So I'll wait to see something I like. I'd like to see how this candle closes. That will determine some things. May get myself a little snack. Getting kind of hungry, chat. Oh, how long have we been on? We've been on 3 hours today. Oh, 3 hours. Right. See, look at this candle now. Patience, patience. Anybody else excited for Arcane to come out? I'm really excited for Tradingviews Arcane to come out. Because I love trying new trading platforms. I just love it. Not just because I code and I create stuff like that. So it's fun to test out someone else's technology. But also as a trader, it's fun. Right? It's fun. Let's see. What is that? Arcane? Oh, I got you. I got you, Maxwell. Let me show you. So you know how TopStep has TopStep X trading platform? TradingView, they're on the works of it now. They dropped a preview, so I think it's going to be close to coming out of Arcane, which is going to be their platform. I'm going to take you guys to the website. So how TopStep has TopStep X trading. I'm sorry, did I say TradingView? Tradify. I'm so sorry, guys. Tradify has launched Arcane. It's not available to the public yet, but they recently just gave us this preview. Check this out. So I know it's coming soon. Literally looks like TopStep X, but within modules, right? The menus to the left, the chart is there, the DOM is on the right. Different modules, or in coding, we would call those different cards, right? Different cards, different modules. Oh, light and dark mode. Okay. Oh, they updated the trailer. I didn't see that before. Dark mode for sure. I love the blue. I love the blue. So cool. Look at this. But yeah, it looks like you'll be able to move those modules around too. And it looks like you're going to be able, I can tell because I code. It looks like you're going to be able to move them around and on your screen and put them where you want to put them. This is going to be cool, guys. I'm excited. But I'm wondering what the delay is, because at this, if they have that type of trailer, they already made it. So I'm wondering if the delay. Oh, wait, look at this closure. I may take a try here, guys. I'll just put my stop loss under the low, perhaps. May give this one a go. May give this one a go. I'm just looking at what's the potential. What's the potential? We look on the 30-minute. and we look to the left, look at that steep wick formed on this wick. We break through this, we have the potential to come right up to this area. 28,125. 100 points. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. 130. Let me see on a 4-op. $210. 182. I don't know about 182. Possibly. What's this stop loss? My stop loss here. Under this low. All right. Contract. All right. Let's see if I can recover here. Down 200 from this morning. Looks cool. Yeah, I think that platform looks pretty cool. I need about 50 points to break even on the day. Definitely going to be TP1. Where's my... Oh, it's over here. I was looking for my long position. How did it get over here? Weird. I'm like, where is it? Where was that zone at on the 128? 128. Okay, I remember that. 128. It's around here. 128 would be 100 points, but we'll see how we do. Righty. Go back to Son here.
People are telling me, why don't we give peace one more chance? So I guess they're back to talks. And now here's
Volume slows down around this hour, so volume's probably gonna be slow for the next 15 minutes.
Trying to navigate around.
We'll go back to it.
The toll not being a real toll. Oh, I love this.
what the talks are about. A toll is not a toll. A toll can be a service fee, like the Strait of Malacca. They want to make that the Strait of Hormuz. So Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, they do like an environmental service fee for a few boats. It's not like...
I'm stuck on him saying a toll is not a toll. What do you mean a toll is not a toll?
like a blanket toll, but at least it would make...
How dare you talk about the Strait of Malacca? How dare you, Jesse? You are now my official op. You and M. Pegasus, you and More Pegaslop are my two major ops now. You never talk about the Strait of Malacca. The Strait of Malacca must always remain open. You have gone too far, sir. How dare you? We must let commerce flow through the Singaporean ports. Singapore, more like Singa-rich.
Make the Iranians save face. Now, while we talk, we're still bringing back a lot of firepower, and some special operators are now in theater, so that'll be interesting. We had Kellogg on the other day, and he said, you know what happens, Jesse, when you play sports? You let a team hang around a little too long, and then something happens. Ball bounces differently, maybe someone gets hurt. The next thing you know, you're like, whoa. That's why he thinks you got to finish people off, and you got to finish them off quickly. Luckily, we got polling that says Republicans are trusted more on Iran than Democrats, and oil's now come from $100 to $87 a barrel,
Wait.
which is great. But
They all got suit and ties on. And what was that guy wearing? Is it just me? 33. He's wearing Jordan 13s, jeans, and a floral suit jacket. It's interesting.
and oil's now come from $100 to
And a backwards hat.
$87.
Okay, I don't think I've ever seen someone on the news wear backwards hat. That's a record.
A barrel, which is great.
Have y'all?
But
You should be sucking the Chinese Party of Communism, the Communist Party of China,
I've
every
never
damn
seen
day
that.
of the week, by the way. Every day of the week, you should be praying to the altar of Xi Jinping for normalizing prices, for genuinely cutting their demand by almost half, bailing out the U.S. once again. Okay? You should have an altar to Xi Jinping that you pray to every morning, that you kiss his feet every fucking morning. Why do they bail the U.S. out? Because U.S. is the hegemon. And China must let commerce flow. It is the most pro import-export nation on the planet. Well, specifically, export nation on the planet. If China allows the oil prices, the price of an oil barrel to go up, for Brent crude to go up, for without cutting its demand, well, not even its demand necessarily, but cutting its imports of oil, then all of the other trade partners that it has in its own backyard, in the Asian markets, are going to collapse. This would lead to a collapse of Chinese trade, which, has to continue. What is this? New York City Councilwoman mention? What? I don't care about this. She's a psycho. Who cares? A senior source told Al Arabiya that China, in coordination with Pakistan, is conducting diplomatic contacts aimed at reducing tensions between the United States and Iran. According to the source, Beijing is exploring reciprocal confidence-building measures and is seeking to prepare the ground for U.S.-Iran talks on regional security.
Okay, a senior source told Al Arabiya that China's trying to coordinate with Pakistan to reduce tensions between the U.S. and Iran. Interesting. All right, the 5-minute candle closed, so let's check on the trade here. I'm going to move my stop loss to break even at probably like 60s. Somewhere around here. Move stops to break even. Righty. Stop move to break even. We hit TP1. We break even on the day. But in these choppy markets, I'm gonna leave with something. So I got 2 contracts on. We're almost to TP1. I am thinking about just taking one off at TP1 to make back half the loss on the day and then just hold the last one. But we'll see how it goes. Right now, we're flowing. We got some buyers stepping into this market. Wonderful, yeah. And even right here, guys, if let's say you're down on your first trade and you want to close it here, it's fine. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Trading doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be like fully exact, you know. Right now, I'm about $60 away from break even on the day. Literally $60 away. You can close that, you know. Trying to see if I can get to a spot where I can trail it. So keep in mind these highs right here, right? In a lower time frame, we're going down to the 1 minute. We just took out these highs. So we're going to have a little bit of a struggle bus here, right? That's why that candle struggled. I am trying to look at it on a 15-minute perspective. We're halfway done with this 15-minute candle. We got a nice steep bottom wick that we talked about. We're pushing up past these highs, looking to see if we can go towards this area here, like 10 at the hundreds. We're in the 80s, 70s, 80s. Let's see if we can get to the hundreds. And if we can get to the hundreds, I'm looking for 128. Could be another gray area here. Potential. Which would be 100 points. But like I said, we're struggling here. So if I'm down on the day, I'm going to try to take what I can get. So you may not see me hold this too much longer. Just depends how this acts. Different than if I'm up on the day, right? I'll just hold it, whatever. But down on the day, I'm going to micromanage just a little bit. Thanks for the W's, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, thank you. Those of you guys who've been using code LENS at Traderify, I want to make sure I give you guys a thank you. Thank you for using my code. I know you guys can use anybody's code. I appreciate you guys using mine. And I appreciate the chat. You guys have been awesome today. I know today's been a bit slow. I know we're talking about politics. I know market's been a little off and on. I appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate everybody being kind and respectful in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, we're struggling at these highs. Remember, the highs on the 1 minute to the left. Thing is, though, is because we're at the 70s and 80s, we can retrace all the way back down to the 30s and 20s. So I don't want that. So I want to see a bounce here. If we don't get a bounce, I'm going to close off a contract. Let's see if we can get a bounce here at 60. If we don't see a bounce at 60, let's see, I'll put a trail. I'll put one contract at 52. Just one. I'll keep the other one towards break even for now. See if we can get a bounce here. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. All right. I like that bottom wick. See if we can hold it, though. Where my buyers at? Where my buyers at? New 5-minute candle being a little extra. Like I said, the fact that we retraced off of 80, not 80, 79, basically 80, 79, could see a bigger retracement. So that's why I'm trailing it a little tight here. Okay, let's move the trailing stop up to here for one contract. Again, the other contract is still here. Get 100 points. This will be a banger, huh? TP1 is 50 points. All right, one contract got hit. One contract got hit for some profit. Still holding the last one here. Like I said, the fact that we got to the 80s and immediately retraced could mean there may be a little bit of a heavy retracement before we continue up. So strategically here, I'm going to wait to see if we can get a bounce. Let's see. Because if we can, I may add back into this. Let me see who's still here in the chat. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you're still here. My worries, though, is that may need a bigger retracement. That's my only worries. Knowing how NASDAQ is. See if we can get back up to maybe what, the 70s? We're in the 60s. 70, 75, I'd like to see. Thank you guys for the ones. If you're just now joining us, I already took profit holding one more contract. Just holding the last contract. All right. Will we hold the 40s? We're down in the 40s, 47, 46. I do not want to see 38. I don't want to see 30s. See if we can bounce. If we can bounce here, I'm adding back in. Already took some profit. Like the idea of that bounce. I'm going to add. All right, so we took some profit. We added back into it. Let's see if it holds. This contract, I'm gonna move up. Drilling it in profit. Having some fun here adding to this and seeing if it holds. We can get back to 75. This will be brilliant. We're in the 60s. I want to see 75. 62. Can we see 75? I want to see 75. See 75 is probably going to get a good push here. 60, 61. 60, 62. Can we see 70? 61. Come on, you can do it, NASDAQ. You can do it, NASDAQ. Jeez. All right, well, we're out of that one. That was an interesting one. We made back some of the money from today. Some of the money. Big retracement coming in here. We got ones in the chat there, okay. Marina's still here, V Chrome still here, NQ Soccer Mom, Quazir, AL4175. 7 still here. Lux Ashley, Tate Trades, Mayo, DD Vibes. Yeah, once we had that rejection in the 80s, that's why I trailed for profit on the original, those who were here for the original entry when we had 2 on. Because a strong rejection in the 80s usually signals that the pullback may be a little large, right? It's not going to be a couple points. As you can see, now we're down here at 25, 30s, and 20s. So like I said, from what I said from the 80s, what I say, we may come down to the 20s, right? You usually see that when you see a hefty rejection. That's cool though. We got some profit out of that. So moving in the right direction. That's what we want to do, chat. If you lost your first trade of the day, take your time on the next one. We took our time with that one. And we continue on for the next one, right? Slowly crawl your way back. It's all slow crawl. Nothing too crazy. Maxwell's still here, indeed. Let's see. Okay, so for this to set up for me again, definitely gotta wait for another candle. This candle closes in 10 seconds. I want to see how the next candle closes. Got another 3-bar reversal here. Look at that. I do have a level here. We're touching it right now at 28,020. I'm gonna highlight it so you can see it. But this area right here, I know you probably can't see that. But yeah, that area. Right. We're going back to Hassan here.
China also wants
waiting for another setup.
Regional powers involved in supporting a framework for long-term stability. If confirmed, this suggests an increasingly coordinated China-Pakistan diplomatic track, with Islamabad acting as a regional facilitator and Beijing provide.
Okay, so we left off at China. Allegedly, China's coordinating with Pakistan to conduct some type of contacts to reduce tensions between the U.S. and Iran. So China's trying to ease the tension between U.S. and Iran, allegedly. And you may ask yourself, well, how does this benefit them? Well, I believe they need the strait as well. You know, I believe the strait is just as important to them as it is to us, right? It says, according to a source in Beijing, exploring reciprocal confidence building measures. And they're seeking to prepare the ground for U.S.-Iran talks on regional security. China also wants the Gulf states and other regional powers involved in supporting a framework for long-term stability. So maybe China's just being smart. Maybe they see this, right? Thank you, China. Maybe they're kind of like, look, there's no way this war is going to end. And if it does end, how many years is it going to take? But also, like, we all need the Strait. So, like, we can't be prolonging this war because we need the Strait, right? So, if this is true, shout out to China for trying to do their end, get involved, and try to get some peace going. We'll see what happens. It says if confirmed, meaning if this is true, this suggests an increasingly coordinated China-Pakistan diplomatic track with Islamabad. I've never seen that word before. Acting as a regional facilitator. All right, so basically they're repeating themselves. Yeah, we'll see.
The broader political umbrella. Why did Pakistan become the table? Because Turkey fucked up. Okay? Turkey fucked up. Let's be real. Turkey is too much of a dog of the West. And while Erdogan has been, fairly reliable in terms of leaning into Russia while simultaneously being a reliable NATO ally, a NATO partner, Erdogan has never had the same investment in playing both sides when it comes to China and the United States. This is the reason why Pakistan Zindabad. Pakistan is the table. Okay, Islamabad is now the table, and Istanbul.
Oh, Islamabad. That's how you say that. Islamabad.
Turkey is no longer even
gotta say it
the
quick.
chair. Pakistan, on the other hand, is basically China's little Israel in some respects, and therefore can now play the role of the table.
China's little
Islamabad
Israel.
to Islamabad. That's it. Trump restarted the war because he wanted ships to abandon Iran's designated route through Hormuz for the U.S.-backed route. Weeks later, after major escalation and Brent going back above $100, every transiting vessel is using Iran's designated route. None are using the Omani route. Almost all vessels crossing the Strait of Hormuz over the past 3 days have used the route designated by Iran, with none recorded using the southern route near Oman's coast, promoted by the U.S. according to the shipping intelligence group Maersk's.
On chat. Let's see. I wanted to see this candle close. It's getting ready to close. 25 seconds. 25 seconds. I may have to switch my bias because look at us now. Look at this 30-minute candle. It's completely flipped bearish here. Let me see it on the 4. Oh. This 4-hour candle's crazy. The top and bottom part. What a market. When you look at the 4-hour, you see that. But look at the 30-minute. All right, look at the 30-minute. Looks like buyers, the last 30 minutes before this, buyers might have ran out of steam. So I do like this for a potential short because we did take out this high and come back inside of this range too. I may change my direction. And if we take a look at where, just on the 5-minute alone, this is a really great area for us to come back into balance. But also, where's my, oh, here it is. I deleted it. If we take VWAP from 930, it's down here, right? If we take overall VWAP, hold on, all these bands are on. I just want to see the VWAP. Okay, yeah. We take overall VWAP, it's down here, 899. VWAP can be a great target for balance. We do need some balance in this market. Why? Because, well, take a look at these buys, right? Remember, when we have a big trend like this, right? Big trend of buyers, it creates a what? A lack of sellers, right? It creates an imbalance of sellers. VWAP takes that volume, and VWAP shows you, okay, if price comes down to here, this will balance out the big move we just had, right? So basically that's, what VWAP tells you there. But looking at this VWAP, looks like a good potential spot. And also, like I said, the 30-minute flipped now, and now we have this 3-bar reversal on the 15-minute starting to develop, which can be a little bit heavier on the short side, Price action retesting 5 minutes, smooth, move to average again. Stop to chef it up. I forgot I was in a trade. Oh, what happened to your trade? Did you win? Dev Haynes, what's up, Dev Haynes? Welcome. Just joined. What's the trading strategy? My strategy is just simple price action. That's a simple way to sum it up. Simple price action. I have my levels that I look at. I'll zoom out for you so you can see my levels. I'm just going to go to a place where it's not too busy. But say like over here, right? I have these levels that I'm watching, and based on how price reacts in my levels, based on my checklist I made for myself, I enter. It's real simple. Real simple. But yeah, we're just talking about the imbalanced move, right? So this huge uptrend, right? Again, to balance out that uptrend, we'd have to come back to VWAP. And I think I deleted it by accident. There it is. All right. But yeah, VWAP is suggesting the balance to be at 898. I do have a level here at 907. So we're probably going to drop a little below 907, right, to VWAP. But I'm looking right here at my level is 70 points. That's pretty good. Stop loss is 100 points. Now, I have a feeling they may drag this one out, but we'll see. We shall see. But my goal is to end the day in the green. We still got a little bit more to make back. We hit TP here, we'll be in the green for the day. So we'll leave it at that. Full or partial, rest break even, risk free trade. Nice. Nice. Right around here would be my TP1. Right around there, I'd move my stops to break even. So crazy, chat. I had all of 3 trades. And the fees are $10. $10 already. See, I notice I'm focused on the process, not the profit. Lower risk on this one. Since we started off in the red today, lower risk. And we made back some of the red, just got a little bit more to make back. So like I said, we hit TP here, it'll be green on the day. And that's it. You know, you just take your time. You don't have to hop into every little thing that exists. You know, size down, take your time, reset. You have a video you can learn about the 3-bar reversal? No, you know, I never made a video on it. It's just the candlestick pattern. It's honestly just the common candlestick pattern. Nothing too crazy. So this goes back to like fundamentals for trading, right? So just if you're new to trading or if you're intermediate, focus on the fundamentals. Like the fundamentals, just like anything else, right? With basketball, fundamentals makes it work. So boxing, it's all fundamentals. You'll notice professionals at anything are great with fundamentals. Yeah, it's just a basic candlestick pattern. It's not too crazy. I mean, there's a lot of fake outs with them, for sure. So every 3-bar reversal is not going to work in your favor. There are a lot of fake outs. If you watch Dakota on Top Step, he trades a lot of 3-bar reversals, but he has a low win rate, right? Because he takes like every single one. But he has a high R to R, right? So it's okay to have a low win rate if you have a high R to R. You know. But there's other reasons why I'm in this trade. I teach that in my checklist. Sunday's class. I teach every Sunday. I don't go through my checklist on stream. But yeah, if things check off my checklist, I take a trade. You know, regardless of the market conditions, my checklist does pretty well. As long as I win 7 out of 10 trades, that's all I care about. 7 out of 10. And I'm happy. You know? Not going to be 100%. Got some volume stepping into the market here. Was that news? Did some news just drop? The algo. Someone turned the switch on the algo there. Somebody just flipped the switch. Let's see if there's any news. What's on your trading list? You can learn that every Sunday. I teach it every Sunday. Join the training lab. Literally teach it every Sunday. If you guys join the Discord's free. Right here, you can click on student results. These are people who are currently in the trading lab using my checklist. Love Simple Strategy, $400. That was last month. Rico with the $500. My week has been great. I'm seeing results up 1K so far. Another one up 1,400 here. We got Sidewinder, Capture This Beauty with the checklist. Up 2,300, Sidewinder. Sidewinder had another $2,000 day over here with the checklist. These are all within the last couple of weeks. This is in July. We got NQ Soccer Mom is right here in the chat with you guys. NQ Soccer Mom. Bang, bang. Mayo's here too. I did see Mayo in the chat. Where's Mayo? Mayo, I saw you here earlier, Mayo, in the chat. We got Mayo here too. There's people at different levels. There's people here who are beginners. There's people here who are funded. There's people here who are intermediate. All different levels. But here's some recent examples of people who recently learned my checklist and they're implementing it with these market conditions. Yeah. Recent. Again, recent. Not old results. People who are here right now in the chat. Right here. Oh, there you go, Mayo. There you go. Yeah, we got real traders, real results, right? Real traders, real results. I taught every Saturday. I used to do a stream a couple years ago. Taught my strategy every single Saturday on YouTube years ago. But you know, you quickly learn when you give out free information, it brings out the degenerates, and you know, there's no need for that, you know. Alrighty, that rejection was 46. It's an interesting level to reject. Be a good rejection if we can flip back down after this, but around this time the market does get a little slow sometimes, so if we zombie range for a little bit, I don't really mind. That's why my stop loss is where it is, to give it some breathing room. These market conditions have been truly annoying on my end. You guys have seen it. The trades have been annoying, right? Some of them we hit straight to TP, but sometimes we just range for a little while. But it's all good. It is all good. This year my stop losses are 3 times as big as normal. But that's what works, right? I've found that to work, right? See, if I would have used this as my stop loss, I would have got stopped out, right? So just an example of how the market conditions change. Usually this would be my stop loss. And if you were with me last year or years before that, you know that always worked well. This year you can't use that. You know, this year you gotta give it some breathing room. All right. Have a notification on for when I'm gonna move stops to break even. How can I join the lab? Just join the membership, Sunday's Trading Lab. Nightbot puts it in the chat. Link is in the description. The membership button is next to the subscribe button. If you're subscribed. Let me see if I can get the link for you. There we go. The link's right there. Just YouTube membership. That's all. Just the YouTube membership. We're just chopping around. All right, 21 minutes ago, UN peacekeepers find ammonium nitrate explosive in southern Lebanon. They found 4.4 tons of explosive this month in southern Lebanon's border village, currently under Israeli occupation. July 2nd, during a routine check, peacekeepers found 385 containers abandoned inside a building containing approximately 4,000 kilograms of explosive material. Okay. The UNIFIL, the UN Interim Force, Lebanon, specialists later carried out on-site procedures to render the material inert, making it safe to remove the risk it posed. That was news. How is this going to be news? But then y'all said it was July 2nd. Today is the 28th. Okay. Delayed news. Trump concludes meeting with Netanyahu. Oh, that was today. I saw a news proposed meeting with him, but I didn't know it was today. Okay, present conclude meetings. So was it wasn't recorded, right? Well, recorded for the public. Was it? Did they record this one? Yeah, not really getting information on how it went. Although he always says things are going great. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. All right, market's moving a little slow. Been a 4-hour stream. Gotta get me something to eat, chat. Gotta get me something to eat. The day is moving on. All right, I'm gonna put on Hassan. I'm gonna get something to eat. I will be right back. I mean, about 5 minutes.
Detected, that is. I mean, sure. I think there's approximately like 4 or 5 ships that turn off their transponders and are able to pass through, but the risk is far too high for them, and that's not enough to make up for the additional. That's not enough to make up for the demand. What is this? She wiped the floor with his raggedy ass on the radio last week. Now he's scared. Oh my God, a second pullout from the debate. Update, our team received a call this morning from Wesley Bell's team regretfully canceling his attendance this evening. Oh my God. The play is always the same, dude. They have unlimited Israel dollars, so they don't feel the need to actually give the voters a debate. AIPAC candidates pulling out of any kind of contest. This video got 3 million views talking about how China saved the world. I know. Max Fisher did. China quietly saved the world last month. It got 3.4 million views, which is crazy because I covered it too. And my videos get 100,000 views max. Okay. Is wild. L for me. L for me. No other way to look at it. When I talk about it, it means nothing. Okay? Nobody gives a shit. Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal, 65,000 views. That's crazy. Yeah, because you don't have a cork board is true. Jesus Christ, the view count disparity. I didn't even realize how bad it is. Look at this. YouTube just fucking clamps down on shit. It's pretty wild. All the ice videos do horrible. What the fuck?
Are all healthy reactions that match the risk.
Food phobia or extreme anxiety goes beyond the normal level of concern or caution. It begins to take control of your life.
Albert says examples of this include avoiding restaurants, food preparation, or grocery shopping, having extreme intrusive thoughts, repeatedly and excessively checking for recalled foods, feeling anxious every time you eat, or throwing away food that's not related to the danger.
Focus on the facts, not the fears. Check in with credible sites. Avoid doom scrolling.
Albert says people who already have health anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, and those with disordered eating or an eating disorder may be more vulnerable to food phobias around these outbreaks.
If you notice that your behavior is changing to the point it is affecting your health, your emotions, your relationships, this is a time to check in with a therapist.
For Health Minute, I'm Mandy Gaither.
There you have it. Wash your lettuce. All right. Let's move on.
Yeah, it's lunchtime. Hey, JD, here's one. So, Eric, here's to prove your point. ATR in the mini NASDAQ at the end of July of last year was 253 points on a daily. At the end of June, it was 730 points on a daily ATR. So we've literally tripled our range from a year ago. So you wonder why guys are trading and girls are trading micros. I think that is a good reason to understand why the market state has changed.
And for anyone holding on to those minis with dear life, that should be the fact that you can just say, okay, let's let them go. Let's get on down to micros.
And that range tomorrow is probably going to get wider with the Fed meeting. So plan on that.
Don't forget, we've got a watch party tomorrow for the Fed release. We're going to do a strategy session at about 12:50 p.m. Central Time. It's going to be me, Hogue, Andre, and Jack. We're going to be here to talk you through, trade you through, walk you through the Fed announcement at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Fed Chairman Warsh's press conference starts at 1:30. We're going to be putting that in live. We're going to watch the entire thing live right here on Top Step TV. Make sure you're here. All right. Since somebody felt compelled enough to type it, Hungry Pete wants to know our opinions on the Jersey Mike's IPO. Are sandwiches the new hot investment? You guys don't have to answer this if you want to, but I have a personal story that I'm willing to share here with you all on Group Coaching live on Top Step TV. I was approached last year by a restaurant group to invest in a new restaurant here in Chicago, right? So I went to a close personal friend who owned the trade, traded for well over a decade. Who is a member of a restaurant group who owns every restaurant in Chicago, right? So I sent him over the prospectus for this place, and he just sent me back a message like, don't walk, run away as fast as you can.
Right.
Like, don't get involved. Basically, he said, the only way to make money in the restaurant business is to own 100 of them, and maybe 2 or 3 will hit, right? And I believe him. This is a man I trust. So.
All right. Back to the trade here. The new 15-minute candle Just got started here. Things are getting a slightly choppy, not too much though. We'll see after this 15-minute candle closes. It should be able to make up its mind here. Right now, I just kind of view it as like a retest. Because this candle's still open, right? We don't know how this candle is going to close just yet. We don't know if it's going to flip bearish. We don't know if it could close as a weak bullish candle, which is still fine. But it's got 7 minutes to it. And it's only 10 points away from flipping bearish. So 7 minutes, plenty of time to flip bearish, being 10 points away. But yeah, going for 70 points. It may go a little past because, like we said, that VWAP is hovering a little bit below 900, but my ultimate TP is 907. But we may float a little bit past 900 if we can see price come back down here. But like I told you guys, volume slows up around this time, so it may be a little slow. May chop around for a little while. If we can close below 15, right now we're at 10, 9, 8, 10, 10. I'd like us to close below 15. That would be a pretty decent closure. Better closure would be below 28,000. But 28,000 is a really important psychological number in the market. So it's also why you get a little bit of busyness. So there we go. 15-minute candle flipped bearish, but no promises, of course. All right, we're below 28,000. All right, hey, a closure below 28,000. Yeah, like in the 90s would be awesome. That'd be a really, really great closure for this. Again, we discussed this trade when I originally entered before, how it's probably gonna consolidate a little bit. We talked about the pullback, why our stop loss is bigger than what it normally is to give it some breathing room. All right, we talked about all these things. Alrighty, that 5-minute candle did close below 28,000. Indeed. Indeed. But will it hold, right? What I'd want to see from this next 5-minute candles, I'd like it to see it flush the lows of 75, 73, and 68. But will we do that? I don't know. It would be nice to see. We can get back into the 60s. It would be nice to pick up some steam. Too many ifs, too many but, too many maybes. Not my kind of price action. Yeah, for me, it checked off my checklist. Like I said, I never mention anything on my checklist on the stream ever. But as far as my checklist goes, this is good to go. So, yeah, as long as things check off my checklist, I entered the trade. But yeah, it's the green light go on my checklist. Green light go. There we go. They're in the 80s. Not enough yet. I want to see us flood to 60s. Maybe we can pick up some steam, like I just said a couple minutes ago. I want to see this come down to the 60s. See if we can pick up some more selling action here. I'd like to see a beautiful flush. Flush to the 40s after that. All right, we're hovering the entry point a little bit. We're kind of tagging it. Hanging around the 80s here. 82, 81, 84, 80. Come on, 60s. Flood those lows. Right, we have these lows here. I wanna break past all these lows. See if we can pick up some steam. That's what I want to see. Come on, NASDAQ. Beautiful. One more low. One more. Let's see. Can we break one more low? Why am I drawing? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see if we can pick up some steam now. No, I'm not risking as much as usual. I'm not a fan of these market conditions. But yeah. I still believe we can get down to 853, which is right here. That would be amazing. Alrighty. There goes NASDAQ. Drop, drop, drop. There it goes.
We're gonna shut them down. Y'all thought we killed him with the last one?
Get a drop in chat.
Remix. DB,
I want to
Diaz
see
Brothers,
42.
Flow Rider, Pitbull,
Right 50.
DJ Loud.
Alrighty. Somebody is tired, chat. Oh, you know what? I could use a protein shake. Cha-ching. Cha-ching, cha-ching. That was TP1. Alrighty, moving that stop loss. Break even, risk free setup now. So what are we in the 50s? Should be able to come down to the 20s now. Oh, don't be extra. Don't be extra. Flood the gates. Come on. Flood them. We don't need no pullbacks for no stragglers. The bus has left. The train is gone. Let's flood them. So, chat, if you guys were here 30 minutes ago, we talked about this sell-off. We talked about why I was targeting, what I'm targeting. So if we take a look at the VWAP, have to add it. my stops to break even in these market conditions because I haven't been liking these market conditions. So yeah, if we take a look at this VWAP here for the day, we talked about this huge imbalance push up. For us to equal out that imbalance, we need to hit this price point right at 903. But I do have a key level at 907, which would be the next TP, right? I can't spell. Well, I could spell. I'm just typing the wrong key. Which would be 70 points, as you can see here, right? Previous day low, yep. I got that right around here. 938. A little bit of struggle bus action there. But yeah, I mean, the market's been super chopped. There we go, break even on that one. Yeah, this is why I've been moving my stops pretty early, because with these headlines, these nasty ranges, you know, it just hasn't had a lot of follow through, you know. So we just bounced from 42 all the way up to 78 in like a second. Ridiculous. But I'm gonna head off of here. It's been almost 5 hours. Been trading for a while today. So I'll see you guys in the AM. Have a good day. Thanks for hanging out with me. Alrighty, everybody. I'll catch you later.